Tomorrow's fine for shaking the table. Tonight, I'm aiming my lasers. You won't try the fruits of my labor. I heard them by completely misbehaving. So sweet to taste, nothing but flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. La da da da, la 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 la, la 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 la. Try to share my plate. Don't even try. Said I'll be late. Every try the wine being still on my table. I'm trying to find all the fruits of my labor. You wanna try the fruits of my labor? I heard them by completely misbehaving. So sweet to taste, nothing but flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la You wanna try the fruits of my labor? I heard the back completely misbehaving. Sweet to taste, nothing but flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. You won't try the fruits of my labor. I heard the back completely misbehaving. Sweet to taste, nothing but flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. La da da da, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Fuck all the haters. What's mine is mine, you know, rotten tomatoes. Tomorrow's fine for shaking the table. Tonight, I'm aiming my lasers. You won't try the fruits of my labor. I heard them by completely misbehaving. So sweet to taste, nothing but flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. La da da da, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
everybody. We're getting started here. Tonight's show is brought to you by Lily J. She bought the beer tonight. She made a donation to the show and she told me to take $20 and buy a beer with it. So that's what I did. Uh, we're going to have a good time tonight. Nothing serious. No, not many. um, not many serious topics tonight. I hope. Need some ACDC. Yeah, the drill around that would be so expensive I couldn't afford it. I don't know what that cost. So anyway, here's to Lily J. Uh, we're gonna have a few beers, and the trigger word is train wreck. So every time we hear train wreck, we have to take a drink of beer. So that's two. You guys are behind two. And maybe if David does a whoop whoop, we have to drink to that too. Uh, I did no research. I've looked at nothing. I did read some stuff today, but all I did was get confused. The executive producer and communications liaison sent me some stuff from the Supreme Court again today. Thank you. And I'm like banging my head on there. Garrett's going to try to get us all quick. I may run out of beer. I wonder if they got beer delivery here in West Virginia. I don't know where David's at. He'll be along here in a minute. Hey, what's up, Shane? We're having. You're awful. You're awful to me. uh, anyway, I hope everybody in chat brought enough beer. Grocery delivered. But I don't know. Surely if I show them my. Uh, uh, okay. Sorry, I got multiple tasks going on. Uh, oh, that's great. Oh, mercy. So anyway, we're not taking any rough subjects. We're going to have a lighthearted night and have a little fun. Let her hair down. All my hair. I'm going to let it all down. Garrett, that would take a lot. I've got vodka on standby in case I run out of beer. The beer's 8%. Everybody, that is the strong beer. And if you don't like IPAs, you won't drink it. It's awful. So I don't know why that didn't. Oh, here comes the whoop whoop. There you are, David.
Had to park the car.
uh, so did you get plenty of beer?
Oh yeah, you know. Oh, we got Shane in the house? No.
Shane's in the house. If Shane was in better health, he could come have a drink beer with us.
No, man. Captain Finger. Whoop whoop. Captain Finger. Whoop whoop.
That's two.
Uh,
So a friend and I were arguing today. The fourth window was lit up orange today on the White House, so I decided that the lava lizards are in charge.
well, wait, but it might have been me going for snacks again. Orange. That could have been
Oh,
me. Got the orange avatar. Look out.
Lily, Lily J bought the snacks today too. I got you a rhino snack right here.
Oh my goodness. Woo, Lily J. Woo woo. My favorite girl from Washington State. Whoop whoop.
We got a new thing I want to do. I don't know. Shane could probably tell me more about it, but um, we can't sell raffle tickets on something. And actually, Irvin is going to do something amazing. I don't know whether he wants me to reveal all that or not, but um, um, what I think we'll do is we'll for each dollar donation that we get, we will put their name in a drawing for a picture. I'll try to show that picture right quick because it's a really pretty picture. It was donated by uh, hang on. I can't find it. It was donated by King's Corner over in Sistersville. Uh, where
They're
our
the ones that build that other stuff. That
yeah,
race
they
thing.
donated this other stuff too, right? But I think we can do it and be legal if we just sell. If we for $1 donation, we'll put their name in the hat for each one. I don't know. I think it can work
Cool.
like that. Let me flip it up here. Window, Chrome tab.
What's up, Greg R?
There we go.
Why
Anyway,
don't Captain Finger pop up here real quick, say hi, and then disappear, or do what he's gonna do?
there we go. Okay, now I can blow it up. This is a really, 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 really pretty picture. I cannot remember who it's made by. It's Take Me Home, Roll Tide. But anyway,
what is it? A church?
yes, it's a church out in the plains. That looks a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
like where we grew up.
Cool. Lee J's in the house. Got a sea bass under one arm and a salmon in the other, and a mackerel in her mouth. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh, mercy.
You ain't never starving with the Lee J in the house. You be a well-fed puppy there, boy. Woo woo.
Anyway, I just wanted to show that, and that was my thought. Is for each dollar that somebody donates to our cause, we'll put their name in the hat.
Cool. Come on, Shane. You know you want to come up and say hi. Come on, get up here, you big finger boy. Get up here, Captain Finger.
Yeah, I can email him a link.
Come on, Shane. You just come up here and say hi, bullshit with Travis for a few, and then you can go disappear. Whoop, whoop.
Uh-oh. Train wreck. We got to drink again. Whoop, whoop, did it twice.
Oh, is that the drinking word? Oh, these guys would definitely be in trouble then.
It's going to be a very, very short show, I have a feeling. I'll email you a link, Shane. I got to get out of this.
In already.
There we go. If I can figure out what window I got open. Why is that?
Better not have the back window open. Your girl Hillary will hop in. Woo woo.
Yeah, that scares me. Yes, every time you can do a puff if you want to, super beat up, because I know you don't drink a lot. Now I'll get back in here. Paste. There you go, sir. On its way. Okay. All right. Now, so what's David know for the day?
Not what much, baby. I got groomed, baby. The worst part was getting hit in the ass with a dart, and then I got my tummy rubbed, got some rhino snacks, got clipped, got the nails manicured. Woo woo! I'm looking spiffy today.
You've been polished up today.
Yeah, man. I think they even did a little buff job on the horn. I couldn't tell you. I was getting too busy watching the snacks and getting rubbed. Woo woo! Even got blow dried. even got fluffed. Oh, man. Come on, calling Captain Finger. Captain Finger to the show. Hop on the Grifter Express, boarding on track 7.
Yeah,
you got your VIP pass.
It may not have sent yet. Sometimes the email takes a few minutes to get out there.
Yeah.
Patriot Starfighter, I will not be the one that falls out of my chair first. I am seat belted in. There's Mr. Shane coming in. Hi, Shane. How are you, sir?
Good, man. How are you?
Old, tired, and grouchy, but that's a good day for me, right?
Hey, woke up on the right side of dirt.
That's right. That's all that matters.
That's true. When you're dancing with the worms, it's not a good day.
I don't know. Kind of depends on what the worms look like.
I don't know. What's up, Sean? Glad to see you. Glad to see you. You know I had to play with you. You know you was in chat. I had to mess with you.
Yeah. No, I thought Go ahead.
No, you hang around that other bald guy too much. We had to let you out the backyard for a little bit.
Every once in a while, I slip out of the backyard and go play in somebody else's.
Right.
You know.
I do. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, I'm like Travis. I'll let all one hair down and we'll run and play and let the wind blow through our hair. And it's all good. It's all good. I'll tell you what, out here, why a lot of us are bald. It's not because we're going bald. It's not because we're not handsome. It's because there's so much sand that blows around out here. You get all your hair gets sandblasted off.
Yeah, no doubt. Not even joking.
I think I'll leave that one alone.
You must live up north where it's cold and Sasquatch live.
No, I'm not that far from you. I'm down here in Gatorland. I live in Louisiana, baby. I ain't that far from you.
Louisiana? Yeah, but you ain't got no sand down there and mud don't blow.
Right. Well, we had wind the other day, man. I could have floated over to your state the other day, man. It was windy all day long.
You couldn't have floated here unless you can float on sand.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I could have flown. I probably went to Florida because the wind was blowing that way. I probably could have ended up at Kathy's house. Oh, but come on, Shane. We know the birds fly upside down over to Oklahoma and Kansas. Come on now. There ain't nothing to shit on.
Well, those birds have steel wings. Those are a little different story. We got two of the largest Air Force bases in the world right here in Oklahoma.
Well, I'm not talking about the steel birds. Well, you need to kick some of them birds out and let them go do something worthwhile.
I did that. I got divorced. That bird is gone.
Oh, we wish you were in better health that you could come play with us tonight as far as a drinking game, but you know, it's good to have you up here anyway.
Yeah, I don't play drinking games.
Well, that's good.
Where's our other contestants? Victims, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, look out, Bonnie in the chat. Look out, Bonnie's out there. We're all in trouble now. Or at least I am. I'll be scolded for something I do wrong, I'm sure. So I'm going to make sure and do wrong. That way somebody will call me later.
Today. It's not windy today, but it was last night, man. All day yesterday.
Hang on, Don.
On day 16, join the club. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anywhere I go, I get a good scolding, so I don't mind it. Hell, I enjoy it. I actually go, so it leaves everybody else alone.
Okay. We have a new visitor in the house.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Welcome, Juanita 017 clone official.
Juanita, that's my daughter's name. That ain't my daughter up there, is it?
Oh, I don't
Juanita
know.
is my oldest, so. No, I'm not kidding. That's actually my daughter's name.
Oh.
What is that, a pear? Or was it a peach or an orange?
Orange.
Well, you act like it's so gigantic and smacking you in the face. Come on now. It's a baby pick. It's an orange. Orange man bad?
Well, I know right now Juanita is not my daughter because that went up first too damn quiet.
Oh, yeah, we got racial for you.
I was given the secret code word.
He was giving us that voice sounds familiar.
What was the secret code word?
Sticks and
Bitch,
stones.
let me in. Isn't that what I sent you?
I'm afraid to ask.
How is Juanita 017 tonight?
You might know my brother Juan.
How you
107?
pronounce that in Chinese?
Probably.
Oh man, look at that! Shane's even got groupies following him. Good lord! Woo-woo.
All one of them.
Look
Oh,
at that!
one of
What the
Travis.
hell? I get mobbed.
Look at that, Travis. We don't rate, man. The train wreck don't have no groupies, and the Rhino Nation got a few groupies, but man, look at that. Shane got a whole mess of them. Damn.
All one of them.
You don't have to drink on the panel. Cigarette puffs are fine. Totally
Yes.
acceptable from what I hear.
Yes.
You know what
You
it
can
is,
just
Travis?
pop a
He's
blood
got that
pressure pill every
55-gallon drum of brute. He got that
Well, I was gonna-
55-gallon drum of brute by Fabergé. I know.
Well, I have some extra lisinopril if you want to pop some blood pressure pills together. That's fine too.
Hell yeah, because I'm getting low. I need to go back to my doctor. I run out of my 20s, so now I'm taking double 10s. And then
Yeah, my
if it gets real
systolic
bad,
is
I've got
out of
some.
control.
Yeah, if it gets real high, like it was getting earlier, I had to take one of them clonidine, 0.1 milligram.
You might need an extra one tonight.
If I can make it through that shit over there, I'm pretty good. There's some things that get me riled up. Other than that, I don't get riled up. I hardly ever get upset. Even that really wouldn't get me upset. I just start a little aggravated. So
Well, I don't know who this Ande 16 person is, but Patricia Boyles was in the chat yesterday because I was in there lurking, and her son is listening, and I want to welcome him. He's one of those people we need to reach out to because he could be one of us very easily. And I said, it's a very friendly room. So welcome. I don't know what your son's name is, Patricia, but I want to say hello on behalf of Ande 16.
Whoa. Let me download that voice modification app.
wasn't that a Larry White thing? I believe. Yeah, that was a Larry White thing. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Who's
Don
this
Richardson.
That
person?
guy down the bottom.
Whoop whoop.
That's not the drinking word.
No, it's train wreck.
I didn't
Oh, he said it. He said it. Here we go.
Time.
Here we go. He said it. Thanks, Shane.
I said it 3 times in a row in one chat just so he'd have to drink 3 times. And that's when he started mentioning he's going to have to go get more beer, get a delivery.
Yeah.
He's going to have to
No
start
doubt.
drinking out of his boot. And then he'll call it Coors Light.
The beer I drink is 8.2%, so I can't really about a 6-pack of it. And you're woo 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 woo. See you tomorrow evening.
You have to
And
take
for all those people
smaller
who do,
drinks.
well, and if you do deep dives, like real serious research, an IPA, I believe, is an India Pale Ale. Am I right about that?
Yes, you are.
There was a dust up about that in chat earlier.
I don't think you had to dive that far to find that information.
Just dive in the chat.
Hey, by the way, I had 3 train wrecks getting on this show. Drink up, fellas.
Hey, Don.
That was one.
Yes, sir. How you doing, babe?
Travis, we're not going to tell you to drink faster or go get more because we don't want you to get a DUI and not show back up because I can't run the stream all night for you.
Hey Shane, that's not the worst part. I got to deal with the cow union. As soon as we start smacking cows off the train, I'm going to get a nonstop call tomorrow about why are you taking our union members out? Why are you taking? union members out.
All right, we interrupt this programming. I want to say hello to Josh in the chat. He's a new viewer. I know he's going to love this show. Josh, welcome.
Welcome,
If you want to come
Josh.
up on panel, you're welcome. This might not be the night, but you never know. We're a friendly
We got a
crowd.
big old thing that looks like an orange, but it's a peach, and inviting you up. And granted, the station owner didn't say anything, but the peach did.
Thank you for the shout out. Want to eat that whole thing?
So who is Shane in charge of the master mute button tonight? Because somebody is going to, I think, need to be.
Somebody muted you. Uh-oh.
Like a master. Do we have like a shut off switch in case things get too crazy?
If it gets crazy, there is no shut off. You just calm them down, and then everybody has a good time. I mean, that's just all there is to it. There ain't no sense in anybody.
Are you like standing in the bathroom or something?
Who, me?
No. The orange.
The
The
orange.
orange piece of fruit.
No, what?
Because it sounds like
I
you're
don't
like
usually.
She's in the
Oh, you hear
blender.
background noise?
No, never mind. I know it's just.
Sounds
the,
like an echo, like you're in a
Echo
tiled
chamber.
room.
Well, let me check my microphone here.
Alrighty then.
Why
All
don't
you
you
audio
kick it to-
engineers, excusez-moi.
Why don't you go to the one that says you can sound like Luke? I'm your father.
Irvin stepped in the poop, rhino poop on the way in.
Hey! I did that in the White House just because I was searching for snacks and everybody saw my flashlight. Everybody got to make a big deal out of it. Jeez.
I saw
I
it right
pooped
through
in
the
the
glass
corner
doors.
so nobody might know. They don't know if it's mine or they don't know if it's pudding pop. So come on, they got a DNA tested, I guess.
I'm waiting on Irvin. Irvin Nell actually bought the plaque, the praying hands plaque, that's a American flag. He won that. He's got other things in mind. So I'm waiting to see if it's all right if I tell him what he's going to do.
He's in the
Okay,
chat.
he says he doesn't mind. Well, he bought it, and now it's gonna fly to Washington, and he's gonna take it and sell $1,000 worth of raffle tickets on it, and send some of that money back to here for our cause again. So if you know, that's a great heart. Thank you very much for that. That's amazing. We've got some great ideas in mind, and we're gonna do some good things. I've actually sold a bunch of marbles today. Everything's gone out except for Jenny C's, and I'll get it out in the morning.
Travis, you said something when you come on earlier about selling, raffling, giving away shit, donations. You know, it was mentioned to me this evening, when you do donations and then you turn around and do a giveaway, it doesn't matter his lines there, because it was a donation and now it is a gift back to the people that have donated, because it's random. Now, when you raffle something off to a specific person, that's where you might get in a little bit of trouble for crossing state lines if they don't have the same rules on that.
Okay.
A lot of the states do, but you will run into there'll be one cocksucker out there, excuse my French, that will probably try to push that, but I wouldn't worry too much about it as long as it's out of good faith. Most judges are going to throw it out because it ain't worth talking about.
Right.
But if it is a donation, the highest donation, it don't have to be the highest. Any donation that they give to you, and then you turn around at the end of the month, you decide you're going to give a bunch of shit back to people that's donated. There ain't a damn thing they can do because donations come in from all over the country, and so do gifts. They all go out. There is no regulations on that. Now, if it is a capital gain, that's on them to record that. But if it's under $10,000, you still ain't going to record it.
Fair
Now
enough.
that would be the stipulation. Now, if you got $100 million worth of silver coins, might be some issues there.
Right.
Other than that, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Now, I would be just watch how your wording is on your raffling stuff off across state lines.
Well,
Other
and
than
actually,
that,
it's
all
not
into
going to
the
be
wording.
it's not going to be a raffle, but for a dollar donation, I'll put their name in the hat for a special prize.
Yeah, just call it a giveaway. You can ask for donations to the, your charity, and then you say you're going to do an online giveaway or something. We'll find the right language for it, and
Right.
I think
Yeah,
that'll
and I
cover it.
think as long as it's a donation, the highest donations will get the chance to win.
Right. Rather than call it a raffle, that's just like the language you want to avoid. But
Right.
I think that's I kind of told you. I said I bet Mike and Shane have already done the homework on this before. So yeah.
Why no, I have.
Yeah.
That's like we couldn't sell beer at our county fair for our demolition derby or our roundy round cars or our rodeos. You couldn't sell beer on the premises. If so, the property automatically went from the county back to the original owners, which was Barbie. So, okay, we didn't sell beer. We sold tickets for $2 a piece.
Right.
They come in, buy a ticket, and then they go trade a ticket for a beer. Well, you're selling you're selling beer. No, we're not. We're selling tickets. They go trade it in for a stuffed animal. I don't give two shits what they trade it in for. That's not on me. If they trade it for a beer, that's on them. I sold the ticket. What they traded in is on their deal. So we got to sell there. So they don't let us lease that anymore. The people that are over. But we didn't go to jail. And it didn't go back to the original owner, and everybody was happy.
Oh shit! I just put him up there and take him right back down. Sorry, Don. I'm trying, buddy. The software's running slow tonight.
He was trying to get rid of you. He just couldn't do it all in one sweep with looking obvious.
I have a feeling we might be behind on drinks or shots because I see a lot of train wreck going on in the chat. So I don't know. Is
There's a shot.
I guess we'll just do one to cover it, right? Yeah.
I don't know where the hell that whoop come from, but that's all I hear anymore. I'm like, where in the hell that shit come from? Someone said David. I'm thinking, David Haven. They said, over on Travis. I said, well, tell him to whoop, whoop, quit it, because I don't even know what the shit that means. So then I went and watched Travis, said, never mind. Never mind.
So, Shane, are we still going to talk about the election on Mondays?
Yes.
I think we should. One of these
I think
Mondays.
it'd be a good time.
Yeah, we've got a little news in my state. I've been following, especially that, but I'll send you an email because I think we should become like the panel that we had the other night on your show we should kind of become like the go-to place for election 2022 information. That would be fun because we're all looking at it.
I think people need a place to go, but we need to make sure that we have correct information and we're not putting. Now we can have opinion because that's 90% of everything out here in YouTube land is an opinion piece. 90% of MSN, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Getter, all the platforms are opinion based because no one has all the facts. That is a fact. That's the only true fact you're going to find anywhere on mainstream media or social media is no one has all the facts.
Right.
So ain't nobody out there has every piece out there that's been written or stolen or text. So long as we keep it within them guidelines, which is pretty broad, I think we'd be okay.
Isn't that the way it's supposed to be, Shane?
Yes.
And it's fine to give opinion and give commentary if you're clear about that that's what you're doing. But a lot of these so-called, journalists, they blur the line. So they present opinion as fact, and that's where things get problematic. So commentary is always good. It's just that you have to be clear that that's what you're doing.
Right. It's an op-ed only. You state the best facts you can find, and you elaborate on the articles you can find. Say, this is where I read, this is where I read it. Here's my opinion on this because something in here don't make sense. As long as that's clear, I don't give two shits what anybody else puts out there, even if they're trying to belittle you. All they're doing is giving an opinion of your opinion. Well, an opinion is my thoughts. You can't tell me how to think. And I'm not going to tell you how to think, so you're not above me telling me how I need to think. Does that make sense?
And the analysis comes in kind of connecting the dots, seeing the patterns of, what's going on. So you have certain facts. This person's running, but they have a certain track record. And the person who just announced that they're going to be running for governor in my state, we'll talk about this on your show maybe, but he ran before. So this is like a rematch. And so we have a history of how he ran his campaign last time. And so we can make certain inferences about that. And predictions about what might happen this time around. So that's where the analysis comes in. There's very little fact, but connecting the dots, finding the patterns, and looking at the narratives they're building is where the good stuff is in a show like yours. So, yeah.
I've got to read this. Rex, in my opinion, that some asshole stole Miss Blue Moon's wrench.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what that's about, but I thought it was comical. Rex, you sound like a good person. You try to stick up for somebody you know.
Rex is our church
Good
brother.
evening, y'all. Good evening, y'all.
Well, how you doing, man?
Okay,
Fire
well,
department cloudy tonight. Hey, I just wanted to kind of chime in on that. Even when I take and try to vet information as far as I can vet it, if I'm not 100% sure about it, I will put in there, this is for your discernment only. The views of this person may not be mine, may not be yours, may not be correct, but it is for your discernment only. You make your own decisions on it. It's just like when I take and get information from some of my contacts that I cannot name. I tell them this is from a contact of mine that has information, but he cannot be named, stuff like that. This is his opinion, and in some cases, my opinion too. So therefore, you need to take this with a big grain of salt. And if more people would do that, there'd be less BS out here on the net.
Well, and the problem I see a lot of people run into is they're trying to be smarter than everybody else. And here's the problem is no one is smarter than anybody else. In one area, they may be highly intelligent. The next area, they may not. But you start combining 4 or 5 areas together, then it's all opinion. And even your expertise gets muffled with the other things you are suggesting that may be right because of the way you think. And I don't believe that's correct.
Exactly. And one of the areas that I brought up recently was the DOD Law of War Manual 11.3. And some people have taken that and not bothered to read the complete manual. There are things in that you need to know. And it's just like anything that the military is involved in. And anybody that's a military man will tell you this. The military has this policy of hurry up and wait. And they got to hurry up, get the information, but then they got to go through the background of checking that information. They've got to go through the background of presenting it to the military tribunals and everything else. This is not going to happen overnight, no matter how bad we want it to happen. But I will say that one of my military contacts did tell me that they are in the process of working through that.
And here's the deal. The military can process all the information they want. They can come up with an op-ed. But the military cannot, by constitutional law, and if they're following the law, cannot take up arms on American soil. Now,
That's
the
right.
UN can,
National
but
Guard
not
can.
the American. Do what?
Only the National Guard can.
Well, the National Guard has to be called by the governor or the mayor of the city, and it's limited. Now, the president can call up the National Guard or the military if it is martial law, but it's limited. As a matter of fact,
Yes.
I read a part of that this evening. It's very limited, and it's only for specific reasons. It can't be a mass like everybody thinks it's going to be a mass. Here's the thing. It actually can, because there's a lot of people been wiping their ass with the Constitution. So go back to the Constitution and read the Constitution. They still can't jack with the American people. Now, anybody that's trying to overthrow the government with a coup that is not reasonable, that, is like it's become tyrannical. Now, if it's become tyrannical, there's a pretty good chance military is going to be on your side anyway, because they're getting shunned too. But the Congress and the president can't just say, hey, go arrest everybody in America because we don't like what they're saying, and they have threatened to overthrow us and throw us out of government. The military can go in and decide. They can go in and decide, okay, they analyze it, they look at all the logistics of it and go, there's reasons for this that's going on. The people feel this way. Politicians feel this way. Who put both of them in power? The people did. So they have to lean towards the people's side if you go by the Constitution. In very rare form will they go against the people, because I don't know one full Navy, Air Force, Marine, I don't know anybody in their battalion that's going to go against, all right, I'm going to go kill your aunt and uncle, your mom and your brother and your sister, and you go kill mine. There ain't no one out there that's going to do that unless you're a psycho and you're military to begin with.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of things that don't make sense. So the 11-3 is an opinion piece.
Yes.
I know Don's shaking his head no, but why I say it's an opinion piece, it's put in there, but it's to the discernment of the overall, not the individual. Ain't no one person can decide that. Sorry.
I agree.
Here's the one thing low about it. If they can prove that the sitting president is a farce in there due to election fraud, due to, foreign interference and stuff like that, then the military can step in and they can take and declare martial law, start their tribunals on the people that have created treason and sedition against us, and hold a fair and true election and get a new president in there. No matter whether it's Donald J. Trump, I don't care if it's Bozo the Clown. As long as he's elected in there legally, fairly, and properly, then we have to accept that.
Here's the thing, though. The military can decide, yeah, that doesn't look right. But the military itself cannot decide, by the Constitution, cannot decide by itself whether it was legal or not. For one, it has to be proven. And let's say the military proves it was illegal. Now, they can't go, oh, it's illegal, so we can take charge. No. The military has to be appointed at some means. What that means right now with this being limbo would be very screwed up. So there's a misunderstanding people need to understand. Go ahead, Don, because I want to hear this.
No. All I want to add is, as of January 20th, 12:01 p.m., the military has the right to do what they need to do. That's why we've been waiting around. It was a year process, and the NSA does have all the information, from what I understand, and I believe that things are going to start. You're not going to see it on MSM. You're not going to see it anywhere. Stuff is going to be going on in the background like it has been, and that's what my opinion is. And if you want to laugh at me, David, that's fine. I don't care. That is fact. 11-3 is real.
No, 11-3 is real. Well, wait a minute. 11-3 is real, but there's a lot of guidelines that go around 11-3. 11-3 is not a standalone order. That's where people misunderstand it. 11-3 is real, but it is not a standalone order. And if you'll go back further up that and go below it, it'll tell you every guideline that 11-3 can be enacted. And that's where people screw up, is they go, 11-3 says this, that's it. BS.
11.3.2, 11.4, there's all kinds of stuff in there, but there are guidelines. And I believe we were at that point in our history of seeing some really interesting things happen, whether you see them or not, live. And there's many people out there, and I agree with them. I'm frustrated. I want to see, stuff. I want to see perp walks. I want to see hangings. I want to see treasonous stuff taken care of. But I don't think we're going to see all that. I mean, from who I listen to, 107 or whoever. I mean, there's a couple of them out there, but we're not going to see it right up front. It's happening, I believe, and that's why I believe. But we're living in interesting times, as you all know. Just my point.
They're different. And I apologize, Travis. I'm kind of taking over your show, and I do apologize for that.
Go right ahead. I got a bunch of stuff going on over here too.
But all I'm going to say
Good evening, Travis.
By the way, before we go too far, I'm getting text train wrecks, so you guys have to drink too. I'm already through my second beer. You guys are killing me.
You mean I'm the only sober one on the show?
Looks like it. No, Shane is, unless you count blood pressure pills.
I am popping them like they're heroin.
I take them too, so
Yeah, so do I. That's the only thing I do. One of the few medicines I do take.
Some
I think
days
part of that because I'm pissed off about this country too.
Some days I need more than others.
I know that's right. I am going to have to step away for the relieve myself of some excess fluid.
That's all right. Go right ahead, sir.
So
Please come back.
Come back. That's the first time I ever heard somebody beg me to come back. I like him already, Travis. Shit.
Shane, one of these days, I'd like to have a one-on-one conversation with you. If you want to get my info from Travis, I'd appreciate it because I'd like to talk to you sometime.
Well, if it's one-on-one or whatever you want to do, like I said, Travis can give you all my information. Just always text me first because I do not answer numbers I don't call or I don't know. So,
well, since my phone is also my business phone, I don't give out my number over it because I don't want BS calls, by people off the chat. Sorry, no offense to anybody, but it does happen.
No, and I fully understand. My phone is my business phone, but it's also my personal phone. It's been that way for 15 years. So yeah, I've got, I think last I looked, 936 contacts in my phone. And so I've got 1 or 3 people I talk to occasionally.
Yeah.
Really?
like
I'm going
me.
to step away for a
I'll
minute.
exchange you guys' numbers if that's okay with both of y'all.
Do what's
That'll
that?
work.
I said I'll
Yeah.
exchange your number and his number both if you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
I'm going to step away, boys. Have a good conversation. I will be listening.
All right. Then you can correct me if I'm wrong. Anyhow, guys, what I'm getting at on that 11.3 is just like anything. I don't care if it's a tech manual for working on a refrigeration system or a tech manual working on a car or even the Holy Bible. It doesn't make sense unless you read the whole thing.
Absolutely.
You've got to go back and read everything. Now, like I said, one of my military contacts did tell me that 11.3 is being instated right now. Does that mean that we're going to see things right away? No. Are we ever going to see things? Maybe. It depends upon what they want to release. And I'm going to state this, and this is my opinion only. I'm probably going to tick off some people, but I was raised in the area where I watched JFK die on TV. I watched JFK Jr. and saw the pictures of him upside down in that plane in the water, dead. And that body was definitely bloated like dead. And believe me, having been a former law enforcement officer, I know what a dead body looks like. So all these people that are saying, oh, all these people are coming back and everything like that, I'm sorry. I won't believe it till I see it with my own 2 eyes. And nobody else should either. And that's just using your own common sense and discernment. So please, people, be careful of what you believe in. I recently, Travis will tell you this, I was on the show. I received death threats here recently. And it wasn't only just me, it was my family. And Travis,
What?
if you don't mind, I'm going to state this right out front right now while we've got an audience.
Absolutely.
This is to the little piece of dirt that thinks he's a tough guy behind a computer, living in his mama's basement, and his friends. If you were such a Billy Badass and wanted a piece of me, I'm not that hard to find. But I guarantee you, this old man shuffles his shoe leather, and I guarantee you what, I think you can bite off more than you can frickin' choose. So go ahead, keep pushing this old man, because I'll tell you what, you've already been reported to the authorities. There's already an investigation going on, and I will promise you, I will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
Amen.
And if you want to try to come after my family, that's when it became personal. If you got a problem with me, I haven't got a problem with it. We'll sit and discuss it. But you try to come after my family, that's where I draw the line.
Wow.
It's amazing what people will do. It's amazing what people will do from behind a keyboard. Amazing.
Yeah. And that's part of where Red and I were trying to get through the other night when we were on about unifying all these channels. We need to quit this infighting in these channels.
Yes.
We need to take and put out as true a, how do I want to say it? As true a report as we can by us vetting and discerning our stuff. If we're not sure of it, we can share it, yes, but please put a disclaimer with it. If everybody would do that, there'd be a lot less BS going on out here in this community of Patriot. And
I agree with you.
Here is here for the same
100%.
reason. I believe everybody is here for the same reason, to take and try to get the information out, try to make a difference in our world, try to make a difference in our nation, our communities, our state, and our whole livelihood. And if we all work together, we can achieve that.
Right. That's exactly right. We can, just like Dawn and I, we sat here last night and had a disagreement and a conversation because we could talk about it. We want the end goal. Stop being fucking weird about it. I can't stress that enough. All you need to do,
Sorry, y'all, I got loaded.
about the things that you don't that you don't agree on. We all want the same goal, don't we, Don?
Yes, sir.
Don and I sat here last night, and I don't agree with some of the information he's getting, but it didn't mean that we had an argument. We sat here and talked about it. And if I'm wrong, I'll come on here and I'll invite Don on here and I'll apologize to him because I was a dumbass.
And I'll do the same.
There you go. That's how they
And the one,
work.
and the thing
I
about
would
this
be
show,
right there with you if I was involved in it.
well, and the thing
And I
about
do have
this
one
show
other
is
thing I'd like to
everybody's.
say.
Go ahead.
1
I'd like to get this out there too. We had some pretty hurtful things said to certain female members of this group here, and I'm not only talking about direct members here, even behind the scenes. And I think that is pretty childish, uncalled for. And myself, I'm going to start calling anybody out that does that, because that
I
is
agree.
a person is not a gentleman and is not a man. You treat a lady or ladies with respect and honor. You hear them out. If you disagree with them, then you tell them that you disagree. But to start calling them vile and vulgar things, that's where I'm going to start drawing the line. I hear it. I'm going to say something. And Travis, I hope you understand that from me, because I am not going to put up with it anymore.
Well, there's no reason to put up with it anymore. The problem is we've got infiltrators that are coming in our side, and they're splitting our side because they know they can't win. I'm no dumbass, but I can figure that out. And you guys are 3 bears behind.
Thank God.
Paul Davis says, I think I'm 12 train wrecks behind, so we got a lot of catching up to do.
Well, doggone it. If I had a beer, I'd have one with you, but I don't drink, folks. Sorry.
And Will, I do appreciate your comments, because I know where you're coming from. And we just did a show a week ago about unity, right?
Right.
I think not even a week ago. And how's that going? Because not seem really working out. And despite people's best efforts, especially Travis, because on this program, I don't know, I can't speak to every program, but anybody who has an opinion, and whether the panelists agree or they disagree, Travis puts the link out there, and you're welcome to come and fight it out, hug it out, talk it out, whatever. And I know I try very hard. There are people that come up here and I don't agree with them, but I always try to be respectful. I always try to be respectful to people in the chat. And it has to go both ways if we're going to be unified. Otherwise, we're not making any progress, really. And I know Red believes that, and I really appreciate him. He's been very good to me and very fair, I think. So I appreciate you coming on the panel, and you're kind of a regular, so.
Let's put it this way. I'm your new favorite redheaded stepchild.
Very good.
May I say something?
Go ahead.
There's a channel out there, and I'm not going to mention because they don't deserve it, that all they do, and most of y'all know who it is record truther channels. And nobody's immune to that. And I watched that show for probably 10, 15 minutes, and you see what they're doing. And all they're doing is knocking everybody down and dividing everybody for whatever reason I don't understand. And I don't get it, because the one guy that leads that channel seems like to be a pretty intelligent person. Yeah, he's sometimes funny, but why do we need that? And why? And I've decided not to watch that channel ever again. But it's disgusting, because nobody knows 100%. I think we know 1% of what's really going on, and people like that just make me sick. And they're feeding off of
Fear board.
Thank you for injecting that.
And the way to address differences is to have conversations and to get up
Yes.
and talk to each other, not about each other, not create drama behind people's back or play a game of telephone. We're all adults. We're all smart. We're all of us are capable of having a reasonable conversation, and we deserve to have those, not to be responding to rumors or innuendos or any of that, and then claiming that we're about unity. None of us are perfect, and none of us know everything. None of us have the whole picture, but we are capable of having respectful conversations. I
Amen.
have no doubt about that.
Shane, you had your finger up. Go ahead.
Well, and I'm
Either
going to
three.
agree with her.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. There's just because somebody else says something I may not agree with doesn't make them wrong. It doesn't matter what research someone pulls up, because you got to remember, a man or a woman wrote whatever information you put, and if that somebody's got an echo.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Anyway,
Oh, Don's walking in everybody's computer. Yep. It's not fun.
Somebody's got a bad echo.
mute everybody but me, Travis.
Not me.
Got a bad echo.
I'm looking for it.
Anyway, all I'm going to say is, just because, let's say I go research something and I pull up certain articles and it says one thing, and someone else pulls up different articles and says something different, who's in the wrong? Just because the article they read in the same one I read doesn't make either one of us wrong. Just means it's two different articles. That means there's two different opinions.
Agreed.
So come together, visit about it, and figure out, okay, what makes sense and what don't. I read an article and I go, okay, well, here's my opinion about this article. And someone else going, well, the article I read said nothing like that, so you're wrong. So I'm calling you out because you're wrong. What makes your opinion smarter than my opinion off a piece of opinion we've both read? See, it don't make sense, does it? That's the problem with everybody's running into, is everybody's trying to be the big wigs of YouTube. I don't give two shits to be the big wig of YouTube. I want to put out good stuff. I want to put out and have a good time. I want to have a good conversation that's constructive, because in the end, we're all fighting every politician up there that's crooked, that keeps bending us over, making us grab our ankle. That's the bottom line.
Agreed.
They keep taking our money a penny at a time. Doesn't sound like much, does it?
No.
Bullshit. A penny at a time. Here's an instance for you. Our city said we're going to take and raise taxes a quarter cent. You're thinking it's a penny, and you're going to take a quarter of it? Okay. I'm going to tell you what, in 1,000 people, every day of every dollar you spend, you're looking just at our little town, it's $3,000 to $4,000 an hour for a 12-hour period. You take that for a year. How much money is that? That's a boatload of money. Now you take the government, which wants another dollar out of your tax. You're going, well, a dollar ain't much. Sounds little. Figure it out. A dollar is not little. When it's a dollar out of every hour, you work 8 hours, that's $8 a day per person. 300 million people working times 8.
Right.
I'm sorry. That tells me that's over $27 billion a year that they can blow. All for that. They say, well, this little dollar is only for, we only need $1 billion a year more. Okay, so we give them the $1 billion, but now they've got how much? How many billions? 27 billion. So they got 26 billion to put in their pockets. That's where I get the problem. People
Well, the
don't
problem
realize
is,
to break that shit down into the small form and figure out where every dollar is going. Then you get the bigger picture.
well, the worst part is, none of that money is ever gone and stayed in the United States. It all disappeared across the ocean. It all went to a certain two or three families. Just think of that amount of money that disappeared out of this country. None of your tax money has ever been spent, stayed, or done anything in the United States.
I could only go there.
The one
It's
the
not
one
the
thing that
intention. I'm
I
not
will
doing
say on
nothing.
this, the one thing I'd like to say on that is that if we were able, as the American public, to read these so-called bills and would actually sit down and read them, that the Senate and the House of Representatives are putting out there, and could take and go in there and say, hey, we disagree with this. And we all write in, call in, email, whatever we have to do, we could make a difference on that. Who wants to take and have $1 trillion spent on searching the sex life of some fly over in Africa, for example? That's a
But
BS deal that needs to be taken out of the bills.
But wait a minute, Will. Okay, I'll go you one better. If you introduce a spending bill, it can be no longer than 5 pages long. That's it.
Amen.
No more than 5 pages long. And it's okay, say it's a big complicated spending bill for the military. Then it's 5 pages. Then you go to A is 1 extra page, B, C, D, whatever. And even then, you can only have a maximum of 4 or 5 alphabet letters attached to that bill. So you're talking a maximum of 10 pages. If it has to go above 10 pages, then you make another spending bill that it runs what it makes to say you buy tanks with a 10-page bill, then you buy airplanes with the next 5 or 10-page bill, and on and on and on, so you at least can read the crap. Nobody's going to read a 3,000-page freaking bill.
And no legalese, no legal talk, zero, plain English.
But that would expose them, and they don't want to be exposed, and that's the big problem we have right now. That's why we need to expose these people, get these career politicians out of there that got their hand behind their back, and that are getting insider information and trading on the stock market. That right there is illegal to begin with, and that needs to be stopped and addressed, and these people charged and convicted on. We also need to take, and okay, on our military, we put in a request for the Army, say 10 pages. If the Army needs more money, they wait till that bill's passed, and then we put in another 10-page act. Then we take, same way with the Air Force, same way with the Marines, same way with the Navy, the Coast Guard, same way with our 3-letter agencies, whether it's CIA, NSA, FBI, or DFG, or whatever else they want to come up with. That stuff should be transparent. Now, admittedly, some things for national security cannot, but they should have a peer panel of normal citizens that are vetted for national security type stuff to look that over, say, yes, there's no pork in this bill, and that it would be good to pass. Go ahead, Travis. Or Shane, I mean. All right.
Go right ahead, Shane.
Here's the deal. You know what the issue is? I can tell you right now. It's all. Hang on, I'm reading private chat. Anyway. Comical. I like that. Anyway, here's the thing. Here's the problem with your 10-page, your 5-page, your 3-page. It can't be done in 2 pages. It's full of bullshit. Sorry. And when you add alphabet agencies to it, it's bullshit.
Yep.
There should be no alphabet agencies involved in any spending the American people do. That comes out of the government's fund, not ours. That's where people are screwed up. The government has this much to work with. And if you get outside of that, sorry, you owe them money or they quit. That's not my problem. That's not your problem. It's not Don's problem. It's not Travis' problem. But here's the problem. Is they keep blaming us. It's our problem because our DHS, our HHS, our SHIELD, our all these agencies that we keep not creating, but the government does, we have to pay for, and every bit of them assholes are against you, me, and every citizen in the United States. That's what gets my blood pressure up. Every one of these letter agencies need to go away. Go
Amen.
back to the original Constitution, get rid of them, and you go back to the government does its job, which is foreign affairs, not domestic. The states take care of the state's problems.
Amen.
It's that simple.
It's a simple solution, and from what I understand, and I may be speaking out, I'm sorry, but I believe that our government's going to be cut down to 10% of what it really is right now, and it should be, in my opinion. Once all this goes through.
Right. I hope you're right, because we need less government and less of their bullshit.
And like Shane said, the states need to govern their own states, and that needs to be cut down too. My opinion.
Well, there's so much bureaucracy in there. When you clean federal, you got to clean state because there's so much. Here's the deal. Everybody waits on the government. Every state waits on the government to give them money. If your state can't afford to take care of its own problems, your state has a spending problem. I don't care if it's my state in Oklahoma, California. California burns down and has wildfires all the time. You know why? They get a wildfire fund every year from the federal government. Get rid of that horse shit and they have to defend for themselves. I guarantee they don't have no more forest fires.
I agree.
Get rid of the federal funding. The federal government has 4 jobs. That's it. I read it on the show earlier, and I still got it pulled up, and I'll go back and read it if I need to again. That's it. 4 jobs. And that has nothing to do with telling you to wear a friggin' mask or take
I agree.
an injection.
I agree with you. Here's where I'm coming from on some of this, and if I offend anybody, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion. If the federal government is supposed to be by the people, for the people, then they have forgot that. They are a government of the rich, by the rich, and for the rich. And until we can get them to realize that we, the people, actually are fed up and have had enough of it, and we want our country back to what it was originally designed to be by the Constitution and by the
People.
Declaration of Independence and every other piece of paper that our original forefathers set up. Until they do that, then you will have this mess. We need to clean it up there and get it back to what it originally was. Because we had the strongest republic and everything in the whole world. And now we are the laughing stock of the world. And
Absolutely.
that's got to change.
We'd all agree that we're the last stand before the elites do their thing.
You know why we're
It
the
ain't
last
gonna happen.
stand? You know why we're the last stand, Travis?
Because we're the only ones with guns.
We're the only we're the last people on earth. I mean, they've controlled everybody else. We are the last stand for a reason. we're the last one standing in their way to get the total control they want. That's why they always say, oh, you can look at all them names. They call us peasants. You know what? They don't do it as funny as them things, but that's what they call us. We're peasants. We're here. I said it tonight. We are the blue collar, not comedy form, the blue collar workers that made every one of them filthy friggin' rich. We're the only ones that can take that away from them, and they are scared of it. We're the only ones that can stop it.
I agree, Shane.
Period. I mean, that's not an opinion.
Amen. That's one too, Shane, in total agreement.
When we can stop big pharma or any of these large corporations from feeding money to the politicians to vote their way on whatever they want, things will change. And if it doesn't, we're in deep doo-doo.
I think
There's a few words I'll say, and I'm going to let somebody else have the floor for a little bit.
you guys are fine. No,
God forbid I ever get into that swamp up there. They think Trump was bad. I'll probably assassinate the second day I'm there.
I told them they don't want me. They don't want me as a judge. They don't want me as a judge because I'd have a tall rope and I'd be known as Will the Hanging Tree Judge.
Here's the deal. I'm not going to hang somebody that don't need it, and I'm not even going to hang the people that do need it. That's the easy way out. Where they belong. Put them in the same position they put the American people. Broke, alone, and on the street, nowhere to turn, no money. They have to go either flip burgers at McDonald's or sweep the street, pick up trash for $1. Let these politicians that's lived off of us for the last 40 years do exactly what we have to do just to make a living. Put the shame back on them so they have to live it for the rest of their lives. You know what's going to happen? Stop.
Yes, sir.
I do agree with you on that. But also, too, if we did hang a few of them in the middle of a courthouse square and it was a public execution televised, I guarantee you it would scare the living you-know-what out of the rest of them.
we just got to get
problem,
going.
though. Here's the problem with that. We go to hanging people and shooting people and killing people because they've done wrong. Makes us no better than them. And the good book says,
Eye for an eye.
the Bible says, who are you to judge? Those who judge will be judged. It's not my place to judge. But it does say in the Bible, turnabout fair play is fair. Let's give them what they deserve. Let's give them the poverty. Let's give them the heartaches. Let's give them the loss. And there's nothing they can do about it. They have to live for that with the rest of their lives. That's better than any day of their life is gone and done right now. You kill somebody, their problems are over. Their problems are over. It's everybody else's problem then. Don't kill them. Make them regret every day they was ever alive.
So why are we paying for their medical retirement and all that other bullshit that they voted in on themselves, and take that right away? Why do they get to vote themselves a raise? Shit, I'd love to. Of course, I had my own companies, but if I was working for somebody, I'd love to have that opportunity to vote myself a raise.
You know why they did it? I'll tell you exactly why they did it. It's your fault. It's my fault. It's Will's fault. It's Travis' fault because we let them.
Yep.
We didn't call them on it. Ever since 1973, there hasn't been a bill come to the states that we got to vote on. I think actually there was one in 84, but it was minute. It wasn't nothing big, but everybody used to have to vote on every friggin' law that was passed through the states. And it was like electoral college. And once it got through, whether it passed or didn't, then it got sent on up to the state and then the federal. And then they went by that. Anymore, they don't even do that. Now they just write laws because they are the power to be, and we are the peasants they piss on. and it's bullshit. It's time for this shit to end, and the last year we have had more success. We got to keep pushing back, people, because nothing's happening. You know what? Yeah, you're right. Nothing's happening by the military. Nothing's happening by anybody else. That's fine. Military ain't going to solve allowed to happen. Like God said, I'm only going to help those that help themselves. We've laid back. Now we're begging for God to come fix our problems we created. Why in the hell would he come here to help us fix the problems we let happen? People got to wake up. It's on us.
Well, anybody that
And I'll
don't
agree with
stay
that.
involved, anybody that doesn't stay involved, we let it happen. We're just as guilty as the people that took it the wrong direction. And I say this on this show every stinking night. We've got to show them that 2022 is only the beginning of what the movement's going to be. And fighting between ourselves is not the way to do it. That's the only argument about all of anything anybody else does.
Nothing changes unless 2020 is fixed.
Don, we can't even focus on that. They've already proved that they're not going to give us any evidence. And if they do, I'll come on here and apologize to you again. I don't believe they're going to show shit. That's just my opinion.
And I love you. I love you to death, but I disagree with you wholeheartedly.
I hope you're right. But I believe otherwise.
Don,
and we can disagree on that, but the fact is, how are we going to win a midterm election or any election if we are tearing each other apart and we're on the same side?
Bingo.
I mean, let's start there. You know, I think that if you look at, I mean, there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about 2022. Look at the New Jersey race where the truck driver won a race. He beat I think he was the state Senate leader or something like that. And his budget was like, I don't know, a couple $100, and he won that election. So there,
$123 by
okay, you're right. That's exactly right. Now there's a great example. So we need more of that, and it is possible to win elections, but you have to show up. So all of this narrative out in our community about, well, you know, 2022, it just, you know, was whatever. So I'm just not going to bother. That can't happen. We have to show out in bigger numbers than ever. But the other thing we need to do is we need to unite, which is such a cliche at this point. But if we are tearing each other apart and we can't even have a civil discussion in a chat with a bunch of people who I think are like-minded, we're in trouble for 2022.
We are.
That's a fact.
Well,
how are we going to work together in our community if we go to a meeting and I'm talking about this one and this one's talking about me and questioning my motives? Let's find good candidates, get behind them, and do the work. It's that
may I
simple.
say something, please?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. I didn't mean to womansplain. Sorry.
No, you're awesome.
We love you, kiddo. You're great.
You are awesome. But bottom line is, on this channel, there is an open discussion, which is beautiful, which is not done on many of the other channels. And thank you, Travis, for having that. And yeah, we can agree to disagree, and we all have opinions, like we all have whatever we have.
Asshole.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. But
it's Friday
you know,
night.
the bottom line is
you guys are getting much too serious.
This is one of the most David. This is one of the most open forums that you can imagine. And that's what I like about your channel, Travis. And I think everybody on the panel and everybody in chat agrees that this is what needs to be discussed. This is what needs to be talked about, whether you agree or disagree, and that's fine. And you know, I'll still stand where I stand. 2020, if it's not fixed, we're screwed. Bottom line. And I'll just leave it at that, and you guys go ahead. I'm sorry.
Tina
Well, I'd like
P.
to step in here for a second if I can.
Sure.
On the 2022 elections, I don't know about all the other states, but I do know about my state personally. You go to a polling booth, you do have to show your ID, and you get a paper ballot. You go fill it out, anything, and turn it in, and it goes into a box. And that box, when it's full, is sealed until they go to count the votes. If more states would do that, do away with these corrupt machines
Amen.
until they can be corrected. I say because that machine could be a good thing if it is correct and non-corrupted. It would speed up the election process. But as long as it can be corrupted and used for nefarious purposes, get a paper vote and make sure your vote is counted. Another thing, when you have people there that are supposed to oversee the vote counting, and that person is denied the right to see what is on that paper, that right there automatically should stop the election right there throughout the whole country, because that's fraud right there. And that was proved in this last election. So therefore, we have a fraudulent government. We have a fraudulent resident in the White House, if that's where he's at.
He's never been in the White House. Come on, really?
I said if. But the thing of it is, until we have the intestinal fortitude to take and say, we are not going to play into your stupid little games. We're going to vote the way we are supposed to vote. That vote is going to get counted, and it's going to get overseen properly to make sure it is counted properly. Then we're going to continue on with these troubles. Otherwise, once we enact this and get these people on board, and that's every patriot out there that I'm talking to tonight, and the ones that'll listen to this later, if we don't get you involved and get you doing the right things, you might as well start learning to speak Chinese or Russian.
And there are some simple things you can do. You can sign up to be a poll watcher. I know people who do that. I don't. My involvement with local politics is I'm a door-to-door campaigner for candidates. That's my thing. It's what I'm good at. But I have several close friends who have become poll watchers, and they've told me they've learned a lot. They learn a lot about how the machines are run, how the votes are tabulated, and they are the kind of people, they're like us, and they're the kind of people you want in a position like that, because if they see something not right or not correct or illegal or whatever, they are going to follow up on it, and they won't let it go. And so if you have a concern about the integrity of 2022, I would say that would be a great place to start, especially if you have a little time. Get involved, because the more you're involved, from what they tell me, the longer you're kind of around, you work your way up the ranks, and you find more and more about how things are done. You get more and more information, and we're the kind of people that should be watching counting the votes and watching how it's done. So that's a really practical example of how you can have the kind of election integrity that we want. It's not going to happen by magic. And let's say the system really is, screwed up beyond reason. Well, I mean, we either fix it or we're stuck with it. And, I'm a doer. So I'm not always an optimist, but I'm a doer. And we all have to be. And that's, like I said, that's one example. But we can't just complain about it. We have to do something, or we're stuck with it. Those are the options.
May I add something?
Yep.
To our friend over there on the left of me. I got a question. Okay, so if we do paper ballots, or if we do a computerized deal, okay, we get a receipt everywhere we go. Why can't we get a receipt back of our vote? So if there is a question, if there was fraud, we have a receipt to bring back and run through whatever and make sure that our vote was counted correctly, number one. Number two, and was counted. I mean, how hard would it be for me to go, okay, let's just say they still do voting machines. And then you do your, fill out your thing on the computer, and then you run it like here in Texas, you grab your piece of paper, throw it in this machine. I want a receipt. Or if we do it paper-wise, I want a receipt. If that was enacted, I think all this bullshit would go away. Thoughts?
Yeah,
That would definitely help.
Here's my thing. You register by county, by state, everything. They give you a freaking number, and you can go look your number up and make sure your vote counted the correct way. I've said this for years. You know why they won't do it? Because there's cheating on both sides. There's no way around it. That's what we have to stop.
Now, wait a minute. There can't be cheating on both sides. I mean, because Kevin McCarthy's from California, and he keeps getting in. Oh, wait a minute. Huh.
Votes with the Democrats, eh?
Another thing that we need to address is all these dead people that are voting, or people that no longer live at that address. We also need to make sure that they are part of that. That's why I firmly believe they need to have a current state-issued ID with their current address on it, to where they can vote in their respective voting stations. And I agree with the receipt deal. That would be great. But plus it should have your voter ID registration number on it. So
no, because that could go back to your name. When you vote and you put it in that machine, you get a control number. It prints it out. You could put that number, that specific number, and it doesn't tie your name to anything. Yep. And you can go in and look and see if your vote counted the way it's supposed to vote. They're never going to fix this problem until we rise up and say enough's enough, guys.
Yes,
you know what? I think this is the most common sense approach that anybody on any platform has talked about voting rights and the voting fraud. And Travis, I thank you for allowing me on here to say my piece on it. Shane, I thank you for your input. David, I thank you for your input. Everybody on this panel, because I can't read all the names. My phone's too small. Sorry, guys.
All good.
Thank you, Will.
That's the way we fix it. And it fixes it, and each county can control their own numbers, and it's over.
Even each city.
A lot of races, there are going to be primaries. So find out. I mean, do your due diligence on these candidates. If you have a seat, or whether it's governor or you're a senator or whatever, a local seat, and there are primaries going on, ask some questions. There are candidates. There's a guy running for governor in I want to say of Michigan, and there have been other places where they come out and on their platform they said, one of my first orders of business if I'm elected is to get rid of the machines. Okay, now that's the guy you want to get behind in the primary and make sure he's the candidate and not someone else or someone who's squishy on it or someone who's more uniparty or whatever. So again, another really practical thing you can do. And, those kind of questions and those sorting those things out, that's happening now because the candidates are kind of lining up and, jockeying for the nod from the GOP or whatever. But that's something I'm really paying attention to. And unfortunately, I don't think the GOP candidate for governor in my state is going to go quite that far, but we don't know. And it's something I intend to. I'm going to an event. He'll be there, and I'm going to press him on it. I'm going to, be pushy, the pushy female, and make sure that I get a question in. So,
well, if I can interrupt here, my wife would like to ask a question to the group. Phone over to her. This is Missy.
Okay, I got a question. A lot of the immigrants, they come in with their big families and everything. one or two of them will get a driver's license for the state of Kansas, but they rotate in and out of employment
Using the same social security number.
using the same social security number, the same Kansas to get employed and vote with it.
What?
Anybody got a suggestion on how to stop that?
That's
Let's
news
put
to
a
me,
grenade with
by
a
the
nose
way.
horn.
Wow.
Well, in Kansas,
I can tell you three big three companies here in Kansas that are doing that.
Yep.
And they're meat processing companies.
Wow.
Yeah. National Beef was one of them. Seaboard's another one.
Yep.
Oh, I must have hit a nerve. I'm in Oklahoma. I know a little bit about where you're talking.
Let's just say, if we're going to stop this, we need to stop all the corruption. That includes the illegals voting when they don't have the legal right to, and we also got to stop them using one social security number, getting government checks because one person is taking and not getting any money and everything like that while the others are out working. That's defrauding our government right there. That's the type of fraud we need to be going after from the city and state level all the way to the federal level, along with going after these federal people that are basically giving us a big FU every time you turn around.
Truth.
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, that ties into the voter issue, right? Because that's the voter base. That's end game, right? To get people here who get as many people in that way to vote Democrat in every way possible, in every illegal way possible.
Well,
all
there
tied
should
together.
not be any mail-in voting. There should not be any mail-in voting at all unless you got to
Agreed.
go there and be sick as a death, have somebody notarize it and a bunch of other crap. None of this. They should not mail out none of that crap unless you send all that shit in and it's verified.
Amen, David.
I agree with you on that, David, with one exception, and I will say this. To our sworn oath carriers and oath keepers that are overseas that cannot come back to the United States due to ops that they are in, then I do believe that their commanding officer should have the right to take and get them a mail-in ballot, but that mail-in ballot should be filled in by him, sealed up in an envelope with a special seal that if it is disturbed, that vote cannot be counted.
That's
Well,
common
they-
sense.
All
That's
ballots
common
should have a
sense.
barcode that matches your ID or your address or something to that effect. If they
Social
don't
security
match, it's
number.
automatically tossed.
Social security number.
Yeah, but then again, there
Well,
we go
you
back
can't
to
go by that, Don, because you got a ton of illegals that got fake social security numbers.
Exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say, Rhino.
Okay, I was wrong. I admit it, but I'm thinking
Hey.
about the perfect world.
Well, put
Hey,
it this way. We're so into computer crap. You mean to tell me that you touch your thumbprint? Your thumbprint should be your voter ID. Your thumbprint or both thumbprints, to be absolutely sure, both thumbprints on a computer screen, it should pop up who you are. Boom. You print the computer, shit you out a ballot. You fill it out and turn it in.
I agree with that. That's cool.
Okay, the only drawback, and I will tell you this from a law enforcement's perspective. If I take you into custody, let's say, Rhino, and let's say I got you on a DUI just for shits and giggles. I take you in there.
Come on, another one? Damn.
I take you in there. They take your fingerprints. Okay. let's say 2 weeks later, I catch you again and take you back in there. If you have spilled acid on your fingers or made a cut or something, it can change the fingerprint enough that it'll kick it out.
I was eating
wait a minute.
pineapple, so I don't have no fingerprints after 2 weeks. Woohoo!
Here's the thing that's not necessarily true. Will, if you cut your finger or get a little bit of acid on it, it's still going to have enough there to show. Trust me, I tried it on purpose. Anyway, I'm going to leave that one alone. But anyway, there is still enough there to recognize your print because it is one of a kind.
But it'll only come up an 80% match, and that's what we're trying to avoid, is to get away an 80%.
Well, you know
80%
what?
better than what we've got right now.
I'm going to
I
be silly here,
guarantee you.
boys. You know what?
Sure.
An ass cheek print. Why don't they just take an ass cheek print?
If that happens, I will never volunteer to work at the polls ever.
Oh, stop being prissy. It's just a butt cheek print. Come on now.
Actually,
You
you're
wanna
out
know
of
the honest
the world funny as
You want
hell.
some-
Y'all
know
can
something
find
that's just-
somebody else to do that kind of dirty work because that's nasty.
That's
You want to
funny
know
as
something
shit,
though,
though.
that is just as unique that can be printed? Your
I
ear.
don't even want to know. You know what? I haven't had enough train wreck drinks for that.
Your individual ear is an individual, just like your fingerprint.
I don't
And
like.
that can
I
be
do
used
not
for
like the fact that
identification.
this conversation is going. I think we might need to hit the mute button. Where's the censor button?
Just
At least I
Austin,
said
just
an ear.
tell
I
Austin
didn't
like in
say
the
anything
bathroom.
about. At least I didn't say anything private. I just said an ear. Go ahead, Shane.
Yes, please,
I
Shane.
was gonna
Shane's
change
he
the subject.
only like the only gentleman on the group, so let's have it.
Excuse me.
I better leave.
I thought I was a gentleman. I didn't say anything
I'll
about
tell
it.
you what.
teasing.
I think we need to squeeze that orange and just get the juice out of that thing and be done with it.
I'm teasing. Shane has the floor. The executive producer has spoken.
You're funny.
Do you
Try
want
to
me
buy a
dance
cup of
on it, or
coffee
you
with
want me
that
to
title,
speak on it?
baby. Whoop, whoop.
I just gave Shane the floor and mute.
Please.
Guys, please.
Please.
I do
Go,
have I got a question. Now, since the drinker of the house can be awarded that position by the majority rule, they don't even have to be in Congress. They can vote. Here's the deal. Let's say Democrats win. And they decide they want Joe Blow from Mississippi, a no-name. They can vote him in as Speaker of the House. That is a fact. Look it up if you don't believe me. I mean, y'all can go rant and rave. Yeah, see, we could even do Tom Hannock out, whatever all that was. I can't read it all because it's behind some restream shit. But anyway, you can vote anybody you want in the House, Drinker of the House, whatever you want. Tomahawk Outlaw, there it was. Tom Hannock Outlaw. Hope I pronounced that right. But anyway, so if a person was to say they're going to run as an independent, it's not Democrat or Republican, and they wanted to run for Drinker of the House, because that's what the position is right now, in your legal eyes, Mrs. Orange, that sounds like a 007 name, doesn't it? Mrs. Orange.
The bad
I like
orange,
that.
the bad orange lady.
Mrs. Orange. I like that. That's almost seductive. But anyway, so in your legal opinion, what would it take for a normal person to get that nomination? So I know
Well, I
it's
don't
an
think
Define normal.
I don't think
Define normal.
I think it's I think it's really kind of out of the reach of a normal. You mean a person who's not involved in politics, an outsider? Is that what you
Correct.
mean?
Correct.
That would be me.
I don't think it's very. I don't. I just don't know that it's realistic at all. It's a position that's kind of the party uses for its own leverage. So they're never going to put in somebody who doesn't have some kind of political value. Let's put it that way.
Somebody
You know,
hasn't
in
been
other words,
paid off by the right or the left. Correct.
it's not like they say, "Hey, we need a Speaker of the House, so who's interested?" and put your name on the list. They pick whoever it was. You know, like when Paul Ryan was Speaker, or even the idea of getting Trump in. When people have floated that idea, right? Oh, of course, he would be a good choice because that's you got a lot of leverage there. That's a powerful position. It's a bully pulpit, whatever it is. So
Third in charge.
you know, if I raise my hand and say, "Gee, I would make an excellent Speaker of the House," they're going to be like, "Sit down, minivan driver. We're not really interested. I don't really have any value to them." I don't know if that answered your question. It's not
So
it's
let
really
me
a
ask you
party. It's like a party operative kind of thing.
that it does come down to that nowadays, but the way it was supposed to be done was by public vote.
Right.
So let me ask you this: if public vote, they said Speaker of the House, and you got to handwrite in anybody you wanted, and it overwhelmed them, what do you think the chances would be that the independent, handwritten in person will get that position? Now, granted, once again, you're going against the CDC, which is the Center for Democrat Control, and then you got the RNC, which is Rhino National Committee. So you got them two people you're dealing against.
I think you would run into the same problem you have in any kind of election situation because let's say it was just kind of as an at-large kind of election for that post, right? The person who's got the best name recognition is going to win. Who's going to have the best name recognition? Probably somebody who's got enough money to get their name out there, or has some kind of platform or following, or what, you know what I mean?
That's
so
the problem with politics. That's the problem with politics is they let money get
it is a
involved.
problem. Yeah, and I don't think
I
don't think that position, like the nature of it, would be any different. I mean, in order to fix that problem of money basically buys seats, we all know that. That's a more systemic problem that's going to have to be fixed before it would trickle into like a situation like that with the speaker.
So
Can I interject here?
Wait,
Travis,
Finger, you two have to wait in turn. Finger comes first, you two come second. No, I'm
going to mute
Okay.
so I don't do anything.
Wait a minute. Let's make a distinction. Rhinos, the Republicans, are spelled R-I-N-O. Don't besmirch the Rhinos, R-H-I-N-O. Get it right. Just saying.
Yeah, if you spell it the wrong way, you're never going to find David's channel ever.
Joy, Travis, you both are familiar with the Essential One from Red's group that I work with quite a bit.
Yes, I'm chatting with
Yes,
her.
I just saw her in chat.
She just sent me a DM. I'm going to read it word for word to you guys, and I agree with her. The IRS is starting to use facial recognition to have access to your tax returns. And you mean to tell me they can't use that to vote? There's a
IRS is
freaking
gone.
idea.
Not legally.
IRS is gone.
I don't see how that's a win for us.
Exactly.
It is because it'll stop a lot of the false voting.
I don't want the government with my biometric data. No, thank you. No, thank you.
No, thank you on facial recognition. Hell no.
Hang
I'm
on.
going to call bullshit.
Do we want to give our government that kind of control? No.
Hell no.
No. That's why I'm
don't
going to
have
call
to give it to
bullshit
the
on that. It
government,
gives
give it-
them access to us, and then we're giving them permission to spy on us, for one. For two is, just because that computer says it's you The person running that computer is smarter than what that camera says. I guarantee it. They're going to
Not
change
only
the name
that,
if you want.
not only that,
You know,
but what
we're
else are
all
they going
looking.
to do with that data? Look at what happened during COVID with all the contact tracing. Contact tracing, yes, has been around as a public health tool for a long time, but it was used in very, very limited situations with highly contagious diseases where people were literally dropping dead, on contact. You look what they tried to do with it during COVID, right? They're contact tracing. If you go in the grocery store, I was driving through Pennsylvania a year ago, November, whatever. I lost count. And I went in to get a cup of coffee. All of a sudden, my phone's ringing because somebody in the travel plaza or whatever was like an exposure risk. You want the people doing that to have your biometric data? No,
Well,
thank you.
see, now don't my butt cheek thing make more sense? Because then you can wear pants over it and they can't see your butt.
Oh my God,
Oh
David.
my God, are we behind on train wrecks or what?
Oh, what are you talking about, train
Apparently.
wrecks? You can wear pants over your butt, then the camera can look at your butt and it can't tell what it is. You're not going to wear a pair of pants over your head, are you? Well,
Where is the
I think it's
executive
kind of a
producer
cool
when you need her?
idea.
Oh my
Where's the
God.
executive producer when we need her? We're going to have some training
I don't know.
sessions
It
next
sounds
week.
like she's
or
in the
panelists.
bathroom to me.
My goodness.
Here's the thing that I
All
think
right,
is
all right,
essential
all right.
getting at.
May I say
All right,
something
everybody
real
calm
quick?
down. Everybody's
Go
talking
ahead.
at once. Everybody's talking.
May I say something?
Hang on.
I
Are you
want
on-
to go ahead.
Are you on delay?
Me? No.
Okay, go ahead, and then we'll let Joy finish her comment.
Absolutely. I want to give a humongous congratulations to Travis and this show. This is the best show I've ever listened to, number one. Number two, the best panel I've ever listened to. And I can't see this chat because I haven't figured out how to do it on my phone. But I want to say this has absolutely been the greatest conversation we as a conglomerate have ever had. And I want to give all the props to Travis because he stays quiet most of the time. Yep, we'll have disagreements, this and that, big and fat. But wow, Travis, you get the highest accolades from me on your show for tonight. And that's all I wanted to say.
I appreciate that, Don. I really try to give an open platform. We've got some really, really cool stuff coming, and we're gonna dig into some stuff that ain't nobody gonna like, but we're gonna do it.
Oh,
Okay.
And
man,
then-
Don, we got to go break out the backhoe. Woo-hoo, look out. We're gonna be-
And then we got
I
David
like
for the fun part of the show. We got David to just break it up a little bit, which is absolutely beautiful, my point of view.
And I'm here to keep the
Oh,
peace.
geez, you mean my comedy doesn't break through like that?
Who? Who's saying that? I'm sorry.
That's
I
Will
said, you
down
mean
there.
my-
No.
You said-
Sorry, Will. You don't whoop whoop. You don't do a whoop whoop. Yada yada yada.
Okay,
You don't have
okay,
special noises.
time for the dirty joke of the night.
All right?
White horse fell in a mud puddle.
There you go.
Let's go.
We got somebody in chat that says they've known Mr. T for 30 years.
Oh,
Time.
Well, ain't that special? Tell him to get off
I
his
would-
behind and start kicking tail. Whoop, whoop.
I would
Well,
like to continue to
respect.
touch on what Essential said for just a minute. If the IRS is already using facial recognition for you to access your tax returns, you know they've already got a database built. So we're kind of screwed on that already. So why not turn it around and make it useful and make it mean something by using that against them?
Or how about
Right.
electing people who are going to roll back some of this stuff and say you need to delete that database? That's not constitutional. And people in my state, we're not going to allow data to be collected for our citizens. I mean, I'm a little bit more like I have a different take on it. Obviously, I think all of us have reservations about it. If I were elected, if I were the candidate, I would say this is not acceptable. We are going to abolish that practice. As Congress, the IRS is under our jurisdiction. We are going to, uh, dismantle that whole program. I mean, whatever, however you want to do it. I mean, it's getting late and I don't have my thinking cap fully on. But I wouldn't, why turn it around on them? We say no. And that's what we elect people to go to Congress for, to look out for that. And I think the stuff about, collecting data and all that, we as citizens have been asleep. I think the last 2 years have woken us up a lot to that whole privacy issue. But now it is time to send people to Congress who are going to say, my constituents do not want this. You want to verify my identity for the IRS or voting for anything else? Figure something else out, because this isn't okay. Because the potential to misuse that is so great.
Let me go into this for just a minute. I don't know how many of you follow MonkeyWorks or look at ADSB boards or any other FlightAware or Spyglass or any of the air traffic board. But if you go into them and look, you'll see spy planes up all over the United States on any given day collecting data on us. They're already doing it. So if you want to stop that, we've got to stop it everywhere. But if we turn it against them and use it against them, they're going to have less likelihood of, cheating, because they know we're aware of it and we're trying to use it against them. Go ahead.
Well, how would you, I mean, I guess my question is, how would you use it against them? Could you give an example? Maybe I'm missing something.
Okay, let's say we're questioning, and I'm just going to say Joe Biden, just for giggles here. Let's say we are questioning Joe Biden being the actual president, which I know most of us are. Let's run a facial recognition on him, and let's make sure he is the legitimate president. And but let's do it by three different people, one government and two independent operatives. If we do it, confirm it three ways that he is the president, then yes, he is the legitimate president. But if one shows that he isn't, then that poses the question. And then we got to dig in deeper, take DNA and stuff like that. If they had to do that, pull their DNA out and prove that it's them, do you think half of them up there would allow that? No. Therefore, we make it go against them, use it against them. They are going to take and say, whoa, we made a mistake by doing this. We need to stop this crap, and we need to take and go back to doing it the way we used to do. And I give
Shane. Thank you.
I got one thing to say. It is a real Joe Biden. Here's my fact. Here is a fact. He is the same dumbass he has been for 47 years in the Senate. He hasn't changed. He's got the same dumbass rules. He's still lying every friggin' day. That is the real Joe Biden. If you want the real Joe Biden to stand up, he will come out of his closet again. This is what we get. Is he ruled by somebody else? Pretty sure somebody's in his ear, and it's probably old Big Ears. But that is the real Joe Biden.
Hey.
Travis, I'm with you. I got big ears too, but I'm not talking about the chimpanzee monkey near you.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Guys,
yeah, but see, everybody's forgetting. I don't think it's Big Ears Obama running the show. It's called Anthony Blinken. Follow the money. Who was the one that had all these executives down the street at 18 or whatever? One exec.
You missed something in there.
Anthony Blinken is the one that's taking all the money from Soros and all the other crap. Anthony Blinken is the one that shipped all this crap to against the
Wait a
Ukraine.
minute. Hold your thought. Hold your
I,
thought.
I'd like,
Mr.
I'd like to
Blinken is
jump
the
in.
middleman that takes the money and delivers it to the guy that matters. Think about it. You always got a fall guy. You never got the guy that's actually handling the money. If you are, you're piss ignorant. Sorry. Not you, but I'm talking about them. You never handle your own money. And if you do,
I'd like to jump in for
still.
a second. I'd like to jump in
Thank
for a
you,
second.
Shane.
Essential just said another message I'd like to read out loud to you. I agree with Joy, but it's already there, and the only way we can get rid of it is to be unified and demand they not use it. Until these peoples come in that want to get rid of the IRS, etc., then we have to fight it. And she says, I mean, I don't want it. I'm just letting y'all know what they have in store for us. And if they've got one technology or another technology, then they need to utilize it for the right reasons with our permission. Every photo that you take for the DMV is stored for facial recognition.
Okay, let me say this real quick. Do you not realize they're wiping their ass on the Constitution? Y'all are still trying to say, well, the Constitution doesn't say that. And I do the same. Here's the problem. It's supposed to be right, but they're doing it anyway. And you know why? Because we're letting them.
Amen.
I think that's
Reason they said,
that's what Essential was saying, and I agree.
Right, because just because they have this information, regardless of the status of it, we never opted in. We were never asked if this was okay with us. We never authorized it. They just did it. That's the point I think that that Shane's making, and that we should be focused
Smart
on.
lady.
So I don't just take it, like, well, they have it all anyway. I do have my, I do feel that way. Like we're just, like we're so far into this, and they've done all these things, but that doesn't mean we need to just say, well, let's accept it. That's just the way it is. No, we have to call it out, and we have to call it out for what it is. I've had more of an opportunity to opt in or opt out on settings on my CVS card than of things that the government is collecting on me. So again, it's why who you send to Congress matters, because you want to send the person who you're having this conversation with at the table or on a panel on YouTube or whatever, who feels the same way and does something about it and pushes back, because we've not been diligent about pushing that point. I think, and that's how we've gotten here, is my point. So I don't just accept it.
Amen.
I understand that the situation is complicated and that they've done a lot of stuff, and unraveling it may take longer than my lifetime, but it's worth rolling up our sleeves. And I do think if there was any silver lining in the past 2 years and what we've all been through with how the response to COVID is that it's woken us up to things. And I'm much more aware of these issues with privacy and data collection than I've ever been. And I was pretty on top of the issues before then. So much more so for people who maybe weren't paying attention at all and are suddenly seeing these things and worried about what kind of a country are we going to leave for our kids? I mean, are they just going to be digital slaves? It's a real question for me.
Right.
you get the
But,
slaves
the
part.
by-
right, but I don't
by
think
the
we
way,
have
I
to
want
do
to
it.
address
Here
a
at this
comment.
time.
I want to
Go ahead.
address a comment in the chat. In the cup you see me drinking is straight coffee, no Irish, no nothing. So I'm not drinking tonight, y'all.
I am.
I'm
Party
drinking
pooper.
soda, but don't tell anybody.
Be serious here.
Party
On day
pooper.
16, the other day I asked you about the SCOTUS releasing Trump documents. I will take
Yeah.
the House or the Senate. They can ask for Obama, Clinton, Biden's too. Question mark.
Yeah, so Shelley and I actually we went a little bit back and forth on this issue in chat, and I think we're going to do I really would like to do like a little, even if we do a pre-recorded segment where I run through that decision maybe, and there's some others. I know half of your audience likes these topics and half of them thinks it's just like boring. They just want to whatever. They want intel. But maybe we'll do some.
Can you hang on for a second? I don't
Yeah.
care whether you like her or not. She brings information that is spot on. Period.
So to get back to her question,
Anybody that's going to respect her, I will throw you out. I'm sorry.
Thank you. She's
Thank you.
amazing.
I have no shame in my game.
So the question about that ruling, right? The one about the Trump documents and whatever. The actual ruling was more of a procedural thing, and it's kind of like it's similar to what happened with the OSHA mandate, right? They haven't ruled. The Supreme Court hasn't ruled on the constitutionality of that vax mandate. Okay, what they did was in one case they reinstituted a stay, in the other case they did the opposite. Okay, but those are procedural things. They haven't gotten to the actual meat of the argument or the actual ruling on the merits, okay, as we would call it. And it's kind of the same thing with the Trump thing. The central question with that whole case is whether I'm trying to find the simplest ways to put this. We know that presidents use executive privilege, right, to keep certain information from the public or hidden when they have decision making about certain issues. The question in that case with Trump is whether a sitting president, meaning, okay, Biden in this case, the Biden administration, can unseal or make public information that was covered by executive privilege under a previous administration. So Biden's administration, they want to waive the privilege or release it or declassify it, however you want to put it. And that question has never been addressed by the Supreme Court. The ruling that came out the other day hasn't settled the question yet either. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That does make sense, and you're right on target on that.
Yes. So, and if you read, I'm trying to pull it up here. I'm trying to look through my text because I sent it to I sent it to Travis. I sent it to Travis the other day, and he broke my balls about it because he's like, "This is like reading Chinese arithmetic." He's like, "I don't know, I want to read this," but Justice Thomas. So the ruling came out, but Justice Thomas wrote. I don't know if it was a concurring opinion or a dissenting, but he wrote his own piece, right? And if you pull up, I'm going to try to get the link. If you read his reasoning about the case, it will give you a lot more detail about what the constitutional issues are. So the answer to Shelley's question about whether this would cover other things about the Biden administration is we don't know yet. But if they do rule that, if they do, think about it. We're looking at it as, well, this was a smackdown of Trump or whatever. If they do rule that a sitting president can release these documents, in a way, it's a win for the American people because it's a move towards greater transparency, not less transparency. Now, we all have, we want Trump to win in any fight, right? But look at the bigger picture. And down the road, executive privilege has been used to cover up a lot of information and keep information from the American people. So a ruling that would allow those documents to be declassified is a win for American people. And frankly, if some of these theories that are going around about, Trump wanting to get certain information out through the process of discovery, A ruling in that sense would also be a win for Trump because it would be a way to get, he's hinted that there's information and videos and evidence that has not been released regarding January 6th. So it's win-win, but it hasn't actually been decided yet. It was more of a procedural ruling, more to come though. I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, if I
think
can
it was an
interject-
injunction that they were talking about. So, so it lifted the injunction. Something
I
like
could
that. I have to look at it exactly.
If I could interject here for a minute, Joy,
Yes.
until they actually come down with a written ruling,
Right.
all of this is their opinions.
Well, it's
And
not just their opinion. It's more procedural. It's more kicking the can. I don't want to say kicking the can down the road, but it's just a delay. You know what I mean? It's kind of
Yes,
like
it
an interim kind of situation, but we don't have a legal answer to that question. And as they say it in the ruling at the very beginning of the opinion that was issued, they said that is a central question and it's never been addressed by the Supreme Court. So that's what makes it what makes it a significant case.
it makes it a hot topic, very hot topic.
Right.
And
Well,
Central wanted me to read this to you, Joy.
precedent, and it'll be precedent. So when Biden is out and there's a president after him and somebody after that, that decision, the merits and the holding in the case ultimately on the merits of that will apply to future presidents. So yes, and executive privilege, executive orders, all of these things are things that we need to be looking at how they've been used and I think abused over time.
And I'm
Shane.
supposed to read this to you, Joy. Essential said tell Joy that I believe, along with her, that discussing those court documents are the hottest of intel. She said that is in my personal opinion.
Well, a lot of people think that, Trump, that it's kind of a master plan, right? Because how do you get information out through that process of discovery? So he's kind of looking to lose in a sense, because if he loses, he also wins if you go down that line of inquiry, right? Because he wants the information out.
Exactly. For good or bad, he wants the information out there in the open for the public to see.
Yeah. It's kind of like reverse psychology, but yes. Sorry, Shane.
All right, hang on a minute.
you're good.
Kathy, quit throwing sage. I don't want him to have his opinion for a bit.
Who?
Kathy's throwing sage out. He hasn't said anything derogative. He's just talking. He's just making comments. Let him speak for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
No.
Until he's disrespectful, and then
I don't think he will be.
no.
No, I think let him have a voice. Everybody deserves a voice.
And what I'm saying is my opinion. It's my read on this situation. Shelley had the question, and we kind of went back and forth in chat. She was asking me, and I was trying to just give her my opinion. I don't have it in front of me. If I knew this topic was coming up, I actually would have had I read it yesterday, and it's getting late, and I wasn't prepared to talk about it, but I will. And if people are interested, we could do a little panel on it, just a short one, and we can pull up the document and actually talk about what it says. That's the best way to answer it.
I think you're awesome, girl.
And I'll let you know. Central, I think, one of the people that you'd like to have on that panel, because she is more versed in that than I am. She's my go-to person for that type of information. And I want to thank her, even though she's working tonight, for following this chat and for sending me the DMs to take and forward her opinions in this to you and give me some talking points. So thank
And
you.
I'm just like
Essential.
anybody else reading that opinion. I mean, we all have a kind of our interpretation of it. One of the reasons we didn't really talk about it on the show was felt like it's been done and a lot of people are discussing it. But I think, it would be fun for the show, like Travis, I think I've suggested this. We should do like a executive orders 101 show and talk about how executive orders work. And it would give people, I think, a tool for looking not just at certain ones that have been, I think, on these channels kind of discussed to death, like 13848, but talking like historically about how executive orders, people have been presidents have been using executive privilege since George Washington. Okay, so it's nothing new, but how executive orders have been expanded. We could do like a little kind of intro to executive orders, and I think it would give us like a little framework to have these discussions, because every president issues them, so why not be able to talk about them? Yeah, you can talk. It's your show.
I think, Joy, you, me, and Travis have already talked about that earlier today. And I think that is a strong show that we can put together with a strong panel. And I think it would be very informative to everybody out there.
Yeah, and people who are not into that can tune out, and there'll be other shows. Travis, do you have your hand up?
I have my hand up.
It's your show.
He's so awesome.
Well, I'm trying to be patient, and I'm doing something else at the same time, so I forgot my train of thought, because this is supposed to be Beer Friday.
I know. Has anybody said train wreck? How many? We're way behind. I think Paul Davis is probably really frustrated because he was keeping track.
17 beers.
Train wreck.
Missy just said train wreck.
Train wreck. Train wreck. Let's catch up.
Well, I want to. Joy and I have actually talked about a lot of different things. And Shane, one of the things that we want to team up with you in, and she alluded to this earlier, is we want to talk about the upcoming election. Let's be specific on these, and let's talk about specific places, how they voted, what their beliefs are, and where's their money coming from. I think that's going to be an awesome topic, because if that is how we're going to change America. If we can sit here and hope that the best happens, but we have to start doing the legwork. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Amen.
Well,
I've never been the kind of person to sit around and wait for anybody to do anything. So
that's not what I meant.
Nothing's changed for me.
That's not what I meant.
No, but I'm just saying nothing's changed. My approach to it, even if things are going on behind the scene, whatever. And you people all over the map on that coming on the panel, regardless, if it is or it isn't, it doesn't change anything for me.
Right. How do we fix America? I'll ask each and every one of you, how do we fix America?
One vote at a time.
If none of this happens, how do we fix America?
Go.
One vote at a time.
That's right.
Vote for the animals with a horn on their nose. Woo woo.
My answer is get involved and don't expect somebody else to fix it for you.
That's right.
Agreed. And Miss Joy, I got to say, I think my comment about you the other day is correct. Bedroom eyes.
I don't know what you're saying.
That's a joke between me and her.
I don't know where that was going, but okay.
Oh, well, it's Friday night,
Let's hear from Shane.
That's a joke between me and her.
Let's hear from Shane.
I still think we go butt recognition software.
Shane didn't get to give his
Please, let's hear
how do
from
we
Shane.
fix America, Shane.
I'll be standing there loud and proud with my tail sticking up in the air, woo woo, with a Rhino Nation flag on it.
Just because you're
Hey,
face down and asking does not make you correct.
Can we hear from Shane, please?
I couldn't hear Shane.
All right. What would you all like to hear? I've got an opinion. It may not be correct, but I've got an opinion. So what would you like to hear? Well, that's what I'm asking you, Travis. You this is your show. I want to know what you're thinking, what you want to hear of an opinion piece. Like I said, I'm not going to judge people for what they say or how they say it because I may misunderstand them. But I will try to listen to them and try to understand where they're coming from. And that's the biggest part.
Right.
So,
Amen.
Travis, with that being said, with everything y'all were going to talk about just in the last 2.5 minutes, what do you want to hear? An opinion on it.
I think we ought to, I think we need to break down some of the 2022 elections. We need to talk about the politicians, how they voted, what where they came from, and what's their money. Because you and I, Shane, we'll never ever have a chance to be a politician because we don't got enough money. You may, but I don't.
Okay. So anyway, so you want to hear? I don't know who's giggling, but shut up.
I also
Anyway.
I also think that we have to pay attention. We got to get over the red blue divide, right? I've told you guys before, I live in a deep blue state, quote unquote, whatever that means. The people that get elected in my state go to Congress and they're on powerful committees. They write legislation that affects people in red states, in other parts of the country. So I think I think when we talk, hopefully on your show, Shane, about the election and 2022, yes, it's very important to be involved locally. It's very important to be working hard to get the right people elected in your state. But we do have to zoom out and if we're the United States, I don't like this kind of rhetoric where we say things like, well, those people in blue states, they're just going to have to live with it and get what they voted for. I didn't vote for anything that I'm living with my governor. So we have to think more expansively about it and understand that, I love some of the senators and congressmen and women from other states. I mean, God bless them. I feel like they're they're doing what I wish my elected representatives did. And unfortunately, my senator, like Senator Blumenthal, he's the guy who writes legislation like HR 1. So I think it benefits everybody to be paying attention to the races here just as much as in their own states. So you're aware of what's at stake and how we can help each other get the right people elected nationally in any way we can. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Nope.
That makes a lot of sense.
No.
I still want to hear from Shane.
It doesn't make a damn bit of sense, and I'm sorry.
I want to ask Shane a question because how many seats are empty in all these states that people won't take? There's a lot.
Right now, I couldn't tell you at the moment. I know there's a lot of seats that has not been filled. Last I heard, it was dozens.
29.
No,
Democrat.
we're not talking about the ones that's walking away and all that crap that's going on up. I got two people I'm probably going to piss off right now, Travis, and I don't mean to.
It's okay. You piss them off. I don't care.
Orange girl,
That's okay.
you're wrong. In my opinion, you're wrong.
Okay.
And there's somebody else, I don't know who said it, but here's why I say you're wrong. They say, well, you got to be a lot of money to become a politician. Two things said wrong right there. For one, if you run independent, a couple $100 is all it takes to file, run, all that, because you get discounts because you're an independent. Two is the word politician. If you're not a politician, you're not getting in.
Nope.
These people are not politicians, they're citizens of the United States of America.
Amen.
They are not politicians. You know how to get the name of politician? Make $7 million a year off $174,000 a year salary. That's a politician. there's not many that make less than $7 million a year from all their promotions, all their bullshit. And they get paid $174,000 a year for the rest of their friggin' lives almost. Now, granted, it drops a little bit depending on how long their tenure was. But they get the gold card standard for all their medical for the rest of their lives.
Why is Congress living beyond our means?
Good question.
Good
Here's
question.
why I say we do not need any more politicians in Washington, D.C. than we've already got. Quit voting in politicians. That's our fault. We can't figure out where we're screwing up. We're the dumbasses putting them there. I don't give a shit what they say. Oh, we're going to pamper your ass and give you. In other words, I'm going to tell you anything I want you to hear and that you want to hear, and they're going to give me money, and I'm going to tell you to politely screw off. That's what happens every time, and I'm sick of it. We got to quit voting in politicians. If you want the political job, don't give it to them. Give it to the damn guy that's down here living under the friggin' bridge that knows what it's like to hurt, to suffer, and he's going to make the difference. It ain't these rich son bitches that own multi-billion-dollar companies that already sold out to China years ago. That is not the answer, and everybody can't figure out why we're upside down and we're all face down and ass up with government. And their gods are rod right up our keisters.
Shane, I don't disagree with you. I actually think we agree. And when I say about, money being required I'm not defending that. Okay. So I want to be clear about that. But if we get the average guy to step up, the average person to step up, okay, and say, I'm going to run, okay, we have to get behind that person and make it happen. We have to fix our local, look, the reality is, the parties, like in my state, like the GOP, we have some really good grassroots candidates, good. And I'm going to be knocking doors for them. Okay. But the reality is, our GOP chair is fighting to keep those guys out and get the big money guy in. So how do we fix that? We have to get active. I've already called the GOP chair in my state and I said, look, the guy you want to put up, it's going to be more of this. You know what I mean? Like it's a complex problem. But when I say that money, wins elections, I'm not saying that it should be that way. I'm just kind of pointing it out. It's a problem we all know. Yeah.
They buy their way in, then they have to buy their seats to be on a committee. All right, we got two people. We got Will is fingering us and Travis is fisting us or handing us.
I'm gonna mute.
I'm trying to be respectful, but
well, that says Travis is the head of the show, and let him go first.
Well, just like the New Jersey truck driver that won his election on $153, got to get involved. We got to get involved. I've actually talked to people about running for an office. You know what? I'm nobody, but I can bring some common sense to their fucking table. This speaking beyond comprehension stuff is really getting under my skin.
I'll be your campaign manager. Do you need a campaign manager?
You can be, yes, you're in control.
Well, here's what I was going to say.
That's where we get in trouble. The people that want to run for office that are nobodies, they get in trouble by hiring somebody and say, you're in control. And then we get ruled. No offense.
Well, she's in control of the campaign.
Bingo. No, just I would help get him elected. That's all. I'll just run the ground game to get him elected.
There you go.
Oh, trust me, if you put me in the House or the Senate, when I get up there, they're not going to like me.
Oh man,
Yeah.
sworn to the horn, baby. Let the rhino go in there and stampede. Woo woo.
Woo woo isn't going to fix it. You better have some policies behind you there, big guy.
I don't know. You get that drunk one up there, Nancy Pelosi, say, "Hey, excuse me, miss. Whoop whoop whoop. You're out of line. Stand by. The
Well-
rhino needs to speak."
And what happens too is when people run for office, they say, well, here's my platform, and they lay out, their vision for America. We hear phrases like that. No, we need to tell them, here's what we want from you, and we set the agenda, and you take it now to Congress. We don't.
Well,
I mean,
you
all right,
know what
it's nice
happens
that you have
there.
this vision for whatever, but it really has to come from us, and we have to find ways to set the agenda and elect people who are going to take our agenda to Washington or to our state
You
house.
can
I mean,
go
your
up
state,
there.
your state,
You
your
can
state
go-
elections are just as important, if not more important, than who you send to Congress. So we have to have a
You can
different
go up
mindset
there
about
with
who's
the
setting the
purest of
agenda.
intentions.
Sorry.
You can go up there with the purest of intentions, and you end up buying into a little bit. You go to one of their parties or invited to one of their parties, and next thing you know, you're all passed out. You wake up with a goat, a sheep, a little kid, a little girl, and they got you all on camera, and boom, you're done. You're done.
Well, I don't know
That's
what
how
kind of
most
parties
these
you're going
people
to,
get
but
corrupted.
I don't go to them kind of parties. Sorry. I'm too old for them.
I don't know. I mean, you're going to, I don't know
get a
what kind of
word
parties.
in here, please?
What's that?
Can I get a word in,
Oh, yes.
please? Thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate it. I agree with Travis and with Shane that we need to change these politicians out. First of all, like we were saying earlier, what group of workers has the right to set their salaries? Personally, I don't know of any. If you do, well, I want to go to work for that company. 2, we all can learn to get along with street level Democrats. They're not the problem. The street level Democrats have some common sense. And I think they're overshadowed by the long term political dinos in there and political rhinos in there.
Yeah.
We could get along and have a conversation like we're doing right now with a street level person. You can't do that with these people that think they're better than us, think they're elite, gods, whatever they want to consider themselves to be.
Well, somebody who's been in Congress for 30 years, 40 years. I mean, term limits are like, just baseline what needs to happen to fix that, in my opinion.
Well, give an example. I think what Joy was trying to explain to us was simply we have to love our Democrats that are street level, the average Joe. The elections in California have been stolen for so long that it's the norm. I think we could all live with Democrats such as Ms. Sinema.
I don't know. Well, I'm not saying really that, but like in my state, okay, it's a deep blue state, right? But this goes to more what Shane was talking about. The largest voting bloc in my state are registered independents. Okay, so there's where the work is to get them voting our way and not the other way. There's going to be a certain percentage of people who are Democrat. They're just going to hit the lever for the Democrats, and there's nothing you can do. But when the majority of voters in your state are independents, that's where the opportunity is, in my book.
And I think on that issue there, we need to get out there and prove who's making the more common sense approach to things, who is going to be for we the people and not for how much money can I put in my billfold in my back pocket.
Well, therein lies the problem, though. is when we get somebody in there that's fresh, they're going to buy them off. We have to have people. We have to have people in there that give a shit and will say, you know what, your money's no good to me. We've never, Shane and I grew up in a place that we've never had money. I think Shane and I are perfect candidates because I don't need money. I can live on $200 a week.
Well, I can tell you right now, I'm not a rich man. I've worked all my life. I don't have the proverbial pot or the window to throw it out of, but you know what? I've got my integrity, I've got my honesty, and I've got my beliefs. And my beliefs happen to coincide, I'd say, with probably at least 80% of the United States at this time. And do I want to run for office? No. If I was asked to run for office, would I consider it? Maybe. But I wouldn't want to be around all the corrupt officials that we have now.
Well, you also have to cut down on the perks. Okay, just say you're a governor. Okay, we will buy you whatever car that you want. But guess what? You get to insure it. You get to feed it gasoline and all that other crap. And as far as the mailing stuff, you only get a certain amount of shit that you can mail out. After that, you get to pay for it. This is where we went off the trails with all these perks and quirks and all this other stuff. Fine, president, vice president, whatever. I get that. But after you get down there, no, you don't get none of that crap. If you got a car, fine. You feed it, you insure it, and all the other stuff. And then oh my goodness, I'm like the common man. I know how much a price of milk costs. Or I don't eat 2,000 things of little ice cream out of my $18 million refrigerator.
Right.
Well, the only perk I would appreciate, and that'd be up to my constituents if they wanted to send them to me, would be a good box of cigars.
There you go.
No way.
Well, and I think term limits would go, and term limits would go a long way to fixing some of that.
No, they would not. That's where everybody is wrong, because term limits, the one turnoid just appoints his other termnoid for another 8 years of bullshit. That's where everybody thinks term limits work. They don't, because under the current system, all you're doing is passing the baton to your next crony or your next stooge in line.
That happens anyway.
Here's
that
the
happens
thing.
now.
I know. I think you're going to be wrong here. Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead.
Yep. Finish your thought, because we have a new caller into the show.
Yay! Is it a girl?
Yes.
Yay!
All right.
I'm
Go
Brandon.
ahead and bring him on. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
I know this one.
Oh my God, it actually worked. I just want to address a few things. You guys have seen me in chat a lot of times. I've always been at work. That's why I've never been able to call in. And then by the time I get home, I just don't do it because I've always been nervous. I'm just seeing in chat a lot of people are asking for term limits. They're saying that we need to just crash the government and start all over again. We really don't. What we need is, I don't know if the convention of the Constitution Convention, forgot what the hell the name of it is now.
Oh, Convention of States.
Convention of States.
Thank you, the Convention of States. Even that, we need to just get back to our Constitution. We need to get back to the grassroots of our Constitution. We need to tell Congress that you do not live in Washington, D.C. You live where you represent. And if you represent the district, you cannot live out of that district. I mean, that's a good start. Second, benefits, as soon as you do your time, you're out. But term limits is such a bad idea, because now we're just giving legislatures a voice to tell us how many times we can vote for somebody. We've got some damn good senators here in Texas. I mean, Ted Cruz has kind of pissed me off a little bit here and there, but he's a damn good senator. And I would hate to have seen him only do 2 terms, especially if he was only going to do 2 terms when Obama was in. I loved what he did with Trump. So to give term limits, we're telling the government to legislate our voices. We can't have term limits, because that's also not going to stop the bad politicians. from really passing a lot of bills before they scram to set up their next person behind them. Another issue, I'm sorry I'm taking so much time, but another
No,
issue
you
I
go
see
right
is
ahead.
that it takes so much money to run that you have to have X amount of dollars. You've got somebody who has unlimited money. We shouldn't even allow that. We should just allow X amount of dollars. You're only allowed to spend X amount of dollars, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't have
Oh, I
all the
agree.
answers, but gee whiz, we got to start somewhere.
Absolutely agree with you 100%, Brenda.
I
One of
think
the
there
things-
ought to be a limit.
You came in with it's an absolute common sense approach. The only thing I will say, Lo, we need term limits to take and get rid of some of the bad ones in there. That's the ones we want out. We want to keep the good ones, and the only way to do it, Lo, is to use a term limit. Let's
Right.
say let's use an example. Let's say let's just say a senator runs for 2 terms, just like a president does. Then he has to get out to give up that office. We can, if we still believe in him, we can vote for him as a representative. And he'll still have the power in there to help us. And if by the time his 2 terms are up there, we still believe in him, and he has really done a great job and been there for we the people, then we could see about putting him in as president. I'm not saying we need to get rid of him completely on a term limit. We just need to move them about and keep the good ones in there, but it still will allow us to get rid of the bad apples. Now,
Well,
to me, that's a common sense approach.
but the problem is our system's rigged against ourselves, because all those families that have all that money are the only ones that are ever going to get in there. Will, you know what? The comment about the guy for getting in there for $153 is right. We've got to start stepping up and run for office. I actually talked to Joy about this not long ago. I don't want to be in office. I'll go in there and tell those motherfuckers they can kiss my ass. They're going to hate on me and I ain't going to get nothing. Got to start there.
If you run, I'm moving to West Virginia and I'm voting for you. That's it.
Well, thank you.
But I think
No
Brenda's
way,
Brenda's
Armstrong.
onto
You're
something.
staying in that blue
Oh,
state.
look at Brenda.
You're
I wanna-
staying in that blue state.
Brenda left because she was onto something, and I just wanted to comment.
Brenda, come back.
Come back, Brenda. What she was saying about all the perks they have and in Washington. I mean, she's absolutely correct. Originally, I mean, when the country was founded, your position in Congress was like a part-time thing, and like they had businesses, they had farms to run, things to do at home, and they kind of like, all right, I'll go to Washington and I'll be there for these votes or whatever. It wasn't never intended to be like a lifestyle where we have congressional gyms and perks and apartments and all that kind of stuff. So I agree with her. I mean, and ideally that's kind of where we should be headed. I think term limits might be a baby step to get us there, because things have gone so off kilter. So I think I'm on the same page with her. I wish she would have stayed. Hope we didn't scare
Well,
her
let me
away.
add to that. Is you're 100% right. Back when they started the Senate and the House, they only worked 2 months a year because it was either too hot or too cold. They had no heating and cooling in the building. They got paid like $25 a day or a month or a week. They come up there, they didn't want to be there. But some of these people had to ride a horseback to get from, let's say, Portland, Oregon to Washington, D.C. So everybody had to show up at a certain time. So they'd have to start out sometimes months before they ever got to where they're at. They get there, they make the decisions, they don't screw around, they don't screw the people, because they have to go back and answer the people and tell them what's going on.
Right.
Nowadays, everybody lives there. Everybody wants to project their feelings, or their panties are in a wad, or they've had too much vodka, or whatever the frick the case may be. Now they make everybody else pay for it. It's like, this is so out of hand, guys. I mean, this is nowhere near what they wanted us to be like. And we live in a society now that is so run by government, we can't even enjoy our own lives. And that was the whole thing of having a government. It was to protect us so we could live our lives normally. What the hell happens? Here's the deal. Travis said something, and I'm going to elaborate on it because I brought something up a minute ago. When I brought up Speaker of the House, I've got about a month and a half. I'm probably going to go ahead and file. I'm going to run. Period. I need a few votes from every person that listens to us, which there's
Am I back?
Station, Liberty Warrior Station, what I do. All I need just a few select. I don't need a lot of money. I need to pay my filing fees. Can I get voted in? Well, here's the thing. They say, well, you have to be voted in by them. But running as an independent, as a civilian, you got more liabilities, or let me say, you got more advantages than you do if you run for a Republican or Democrat. You know what a Republican and a Democrat are? They're me and you, but they've made an opinion and they know where they think the money is. So if they're running as one of them two, they already know where the money is. So they feel.
Oh, absolutely. Well,
11,
tell me
16,
this.
and no, go to the go.
Tell me this, Shane.
Yes, sir.
Nancy Pelosi spent $700,000 of our tax dollars to help reelect somebody in another state. That's wrong. That bullshit's got to stop. It's wrong. It's against the law. But it's. I get so frustrated. I'm so frustrated with this.
And here's the thing: as long as it's said on the Congress floor, they cannot be convicted of a damn thing as long as they're on congressional floor. That's the House and the Senate. But it's three equal branches. You got the legislative, executive, and judicial. Yeah. But how is it equal when one of them can go after the other one, but the other one can't go back after them? One is exempt from rules, but the other two aren't. That tells you right there, our government is screwed up. It's wrong. They're not following the Constitution. They're doing nothing but wiping their ass on it. And if that thing is just a piece of parchment, I'm sorry. Why are we following it if they're not? And they better be damn careful. This is probably going to get me assassinated, but they better be damn careful of what they wish for, because they didn't think this all the way through. There's 330 million people in the United States. There's a little over 7,000 heads of state in Congress. I'm sorry, that's 60,001 or better. You better be damn careful what you wish for. If you're going to wipe your ass on the Constitution, we can do the same. Be careful, people, is all I'm saying.
But doesn't that make us just as bad as them if we start wiping our butt with the Constitution?
You're damn right. That's why we take it back. That's why we take it back. We reinstate it.
Here's my 2 cents on it, and it may be something y'all want to hear, it may not. But if we go in there and we get, let's just say, normal people in there, no doctors, no lawyers, just like common working folk, say plumbers, electricians, carpenters, truck drivers, that type of stuff. Yes, we are going to have more common sense laws and rules. But as such, Lo, we also need to have an occasional lawyer in there and stuff to make sure that we are wording things to where it is a legal law, not just words on paper. And
Now, wait a
unfortunately,
minute. That's a misconception.
hold
A
up.
lawyer.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
If we take and put it in common sense, and the Supreme Court gets a hold of it and strikes it down because it's not written correctly, what good have we done? So we do need to take and have it to where when the judicial branch rules on it, that it is properly written for a law.
All
That's
right.
where I'm at.
Let me correct you on something, and don't take my word for it. Go read it yourself. It's in the Constitution. The Supreme Court was set up for one reason only: to interpret the Constitution. Period. The Supreme Court cannot make a ruling whatsoever. They can give you an opinion. That's it. That's all they can give you is an opinion. They have
Congress
never
makes laws, and the Supreme Court is there to determine if there's a dispute whether or not the law is constitutional. That's what its opinion is about.
That's all they can do is tell you whether it's constitutional or not, but they cannot force a law once they don't write laws. All they can do is send it to a lower court that has to follow the law, and then it is impressed upon them to follow the law.
Well, in
The
that
Supreme
case,
Court
then,
is almost a joke,
Okay.
in
but
that
it
case,
is the
then,
supreme ruling.
in that case, then, DEA should automatically be disbanded. The ATF should automatically be disbanded. Because right in the
Yeah.
Constitution, our Second Amendment says right in there that our rights to own a firearm shall not be infringed. That makes the ATF a infringement corporation run under our government, which should be classified as illegal.
Bingo.
That's right.
Now, I'm not, the greatest constitutionalist in the world as far as knowing it inside and out. But I'll tell you what, I have people that I do know. It's just like our freedom of speech. That shall not be infringed upon. And they're doing that right now with these big tech corporations. So every one of them is taking and being complacent or in cahoots, excuse me, I couldn't get the word out, in cahoots with our government right now, committing treason and sedition in my books.
Thank you.
And I'll let somebody else have the floor now.
Travis, it's all yours, big boy.
Well, we have to get involved. Period. That's all there is to it. There's no look. Let's say all this bullshit is bullshit. If we're not getting involved locally, we're never going to fix anything, and it's going to take a long time to do it. We are the keepers of our country. We got to stop dream planning. Don, I love you, brother.
Hang on, guys.
I hope that everything you say is going to come true, but I know that we have to fight the fight on our ground, and getting involved in all of these elections is a big deal. If they're somewhere they're running unopposed, get in there. Fuck 'em. We're never going to win if we don't start trying.
Travis, I love you.
I know you do, brother. I love you too, Don.
And
I love you too, Don.
I stand with you more than you know. And I learn from you. And I thank you for that.
Well, we learn from each other, but we have conversations, not arguments. That's what makes the difference.
It's not about argument. It's about coming together.
And that's what I want this channel to do. I want this channel to come together.
I'm not right about everything.
Well,
I'm not.
no,
I'm not.
I've never said I was right about everything either, Don.
And I think that things are fixing to change, and I may be totally off the rocker. And I just have hope and I believe. And oh my God, if it doesn't change, it's going to be nasty here very soon. All I can say, and it's not what I want. Travis, this show tonight is the best show you've ever done, ever.
I appreciate that.
No, seriously. And,
No,
and I'm going to say it this way: I crashed in and out. Oh, there's a drink. Oh, I crashed in and out like 3 or 4 times. You better catch up.
Crash is close, but train wreck is the code word. But crash, we'll accept that.
No, but what I'm saying is, Travis, what a great show. I mean, overall, with a young lady, I don't even know her name. I'm sorry. I can't see it on my phone. She's very, very knowledgeable and very sweet. And, you bring those people to. You have probably the best women that come to your show to express themselves. And that is absolutely, they are the lionesses. I'm not going to argue with that. They are the ones that make a difference. And all I'm saying is, wow, great show. Yep. Crashed in, crashed out. Oh, there's a drink. And had a hard time staying online on my phone, which I can't see shit. Don't even know how to read chat on my phone.
We'll work on it, Don.
But damn it. Damn it, Janet. Damn it, Janet. What a great show for, I don't know how long it's going on, but wow. I'm very proud of you. Number one, I'm proud of little Rhino, doing his show. He's having a good time, and we gotta support our fans. But Travis, here's the deal. I mean, I watch a lot of stuff. I try to collect info. But bottom line is, when you go live recently, it's real. And thank you for that.
You're welcome. But I don't have a lot of content to bring to it. We can have conversations over here, even if we disagree. That's my whole fucking thing.
Did I disagree with that?
I'll reach out tomorrow, and next week will be an interesting week. I can tell you that right now.
And yes,
I'm scared.
Sworn to the horn,
don't be
baby.
scared. It's going to be beautiful.
Yes,
Oh yeah, sworn to the horn, baby. Woo woo.
Rhino's horn's going to grow.
Paul, come in. Says the room's full. The room's not full. There's nobody back there.
We have a space, I think.
Oh, Will.
You want me to get off Hannah?
Only if you would like to. You're more than welcome to stay here because you correct the show very well.
Yeah, you can stay. Just be quiet. No, Jesus.
Ouch.
That young lady is awesome. I'm sorry, Travis. She is awesome.
If you keep calling me young lady, you can come up on the panel anytime.
Well, you're a young lady. I mean, I'm an old fart.
Tennessee Patriots in the house. Hey, are you yet? This is
Oh, there's
supposed to be
Tennessee Patriot.
This is supposed to be a drinking show, and I'm the only
Where
one
the-
drunk.
Where the
And
hell
you're
is
the
he
only
from?
one drinking. I love it. That's so fucking funny. Okay,
Where the
what's
hell is he
the
from?
drinking word?
There he is.
8%.
You don't
I
need a
thought
word
the
to drink.
drinking word was who crashed. Well, I already
Hey,
crashed like
Tennessee.
15 times. You got to catch up.
I'm
Hey,
very
Tennessee.
proud of David too, of his new film. David Does Donkeys in Dallas.
At least I didn't take a
Wow.
donkey on the road with me. Whoop, whoop.
I'm just playing, big
You bring a
dog.
new meaning to hauling ass. You bring a new meaning to hauling ass, son.
Oh, hey, hello. Hey, there's somebody trying to get in the room. Hang on.
It's almost gone.
Oh
Almost.
no.
There you
Oh,
go.
no.
We're going to go about 30 more minutes. I'll make sure everybody gets
May I say one last thing?
He went to the liquor store yesterday. He's been ready for this party like for a while.
Word up. Word. That's what the
May I say
lefties,
one last thing?
that's what the lefties say. The Democrats. Word. That's how they with the pants hanging down. That's how the lefties.
I thought they said Nancy up.
Hang on now.
I'm
Sorry,
waiting.
guys.
On. Your turn.
Whose turn?
Your turn.
I want to say, who loves you, baby? All of you. I do. That's all I want to say. And thank you
Clay
for
Walker
having
song.
me. Thank you for having me on your show. Part time, whatever. But who loves you, baby? I do. And I love you.
I love all
know.
y'all. I'm just a cut up. I love all y'all. Now
Hey,
you
let's
can
have
see
fun.
my face.
There
Hey
he is.
Travis, you gotta show Tennessee Patriot one of them hats because you know he's gonna want to wear one. Whoop whoop.
Hey, check this out.
Yours
Woo,
or
this is
mine,
my
it don't
favorite
matter.
hair right here, boy.
He needs a
Not
grift
when you get a
whisperer
Rhino
hat.
Nation
That's
hat,
what he
it's
needs.
Everybody got talking over each other.
I'll
Oh,
pray
Dad,
us out if I last that long. But that's doubtful.
Everybody
Don't
got
be mean, Dad.
talking over each other, please. Yes, ma'am. On day 16.
Don't be mean, Dad.
Shane,
trying.
I got a question. I cannot figure this out. China is an enemy. Why in hell are we still doing business with them?
Because we
That's a neat-
put all
that's-
the cards in their fucking play.
Yep.
That's an easy answer. I mean, Ukraine is an enemy to everybody but the Bidens. And why are we supposedly protecting them from Russia, which Russia used to own them anyway? Oh, that's right. It's because Biden and Hunter have that is their honeypot and their crime corruption syndicate center. That would be my final thought.
Yeah. I
Okay,
agree.
may I
Yeah.
speak to that?
I don't know. Can you?
May I speak to that? I'm just asking. May I speak to your
You may
comment?
speak.
Mighty Patriots. Woo! Sorry.
Yes, please. We're still waiting. ahead.
I think you're absolutely wrong. Number one, when Trump was in control, all that was in control, still is in control because he is the commander in chief right now. All that shit is done. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Shut up, David. Shut up, David. And no,
Please, guys, let the guy finish. No, let him finish. I got to hear this. This is very important to me.
no.
Just playing background music.
Honestly, okay. So Russia is going to take over the country that they originally owned. during the SARA deal. All that shit is gonna walk out. I guarantee you, Putin and Trump are in one-on-one. They know what the fuck's going on. Number two, let's talk about what happened in what do you call it? London, Europe, not London, British. Oh, all the bullshit has been taken down. All the bullshit has been taken down in Spain. And so, what the fuck is going on where it's not going on in the USA? All of you fucking people think I'm crazy, and that's okay. Laugh
No,
all you
no way.
want. You're
I don't
gonna
think you're
find out
crazy.
that you're gonna have to talk to me later and go, "Holy shit, I was right." No,
I don't think you're crazy.
Hey,
Hang on.
if the bat shit fits, wear it. Whoop whoop.
Well, I don't
I'll
think you're
wear it.
crazy.
I'm wearing it right now. I'm wearing it right now. As of 2022, 1/20/1. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta stop it. Stop it. I'm being
Hey,
stupid.
Don. Hey, Don, I got a bet
What
for you. If you
happened on 1 January 20th at 1:01
not a
changes
goddamn fucking
everything.
thing.
And you being a
Not a
Marine make me
goddamn
sick to
fucking
my
thing.
stomach.
Whoa, stop. First thing I say,
Sorry.
you can't, that's right. You can't say that word.
I forgot. I said the bad word.
I know.
Uh-oh.
I apologize.
Wah, wah, wah.
And you think everything's going to be brought to your eyes right now. You're a fucking homo.
Somebody's got their,
You fucking homo.
Thank you, Travis.
Hey,
Keep
Don,
playing it.
I got news for you. If it don't kick off by the 31st, are you going to run down Pennsylvania Avenue in a donkey suit?
Oh Lord, I gotta drink another. I
Wait a
gotta
minute.
take two
Wait a
more
minute.
shots.
turn the YouTube off. No.
Don't go, Travis.
Would the
No, no.
executive producer they cover about here would be a good idea?
Woo!
Well done.
Everybody, we got a really special night.
Turn off your, somebody's got their YouTube on.
And thank him for helping me put all this together.
Who's got their YouTube on?
Well,
I wish that people in chat could have seen what was going on here. All these messages were coming up saying the host has muted your mic. The host has muted your mic.
Travis,
I'm still,
like to take
I'm getting an echo on my end, and I have nothing but my phone on. I'm sorry. I'm being real.
There's also other stars that are coming in, but the two that I'm referring to, let's start off with your favorite silver stacker, Red Step Stacker from Red's Intel Think Tank, Eggface, and Rebel
What is
Republic.
that?
And we broadcast the last week.
Shout out is to
hang on.
Jeff Bean. He is
Somebody's
one
got
of
to turn
our
that
favorite
shit off.
patriots and one of the best intel man in the world.
Where is that coming from?
And we got another information highway wrecking forces, Liberty Warrior. Welcome to the show. Hey y'all, how you doing? How's everybody today?
Oh, well, okay. That's on your end, Travis. I have nothing on.
He knows it. He thinks he's sneaking in fancy works. He ain't fooling nobody. Whoop, whoop.
I don't know what is.
Everybody's muted.
Yeah. The reason that we're kind of putting this together is because Red answers the other day when he threw out that video, and it's not about attacking people. It's about joining forces together. Let's get in the fight together. And I've had this in my heart. Liberty and I have talked about this for a very long time, and we think it's important that we all get on the same page. You know, Red, thank you for throwing.
I think he disappeared. Oh, well, you know.
Hang on. I have everybody muted. I'll get them all unmuted. I don't know what happened. I had to refresh.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, guys.
Well, that's a lady talk.
Wow, I'm looking at the screen. It says the host muted your mic. It's like, gee whiz, what did I do? No.
I know. I got the same thing. I was like, fuck, Travis, just tell me to leave. And you don't hear me say that word very much, but I had to say that one.
I even had my mic muted.
I just want to do a shout out to the NASA engineers who fixed the problem back here so that we can all talk again.
Oh, yeah, NASA. Good old NASA. Bill Nye, the lion guy. Yep, I remember watching him my whole life. Everything he ever said was a friggin' lie.
Okay, am I live or am I dead?
You're good.
No,
Hey, Don,
go ahead.
you need
Maybe
to
it's
get
just
ready
the
for a
Don
donkey
Juan.
suit, because if they don't kick off on the 31st, you got to run down Pennsylvania Avenue in a donkey suit.
What?
That's better than
I
naked.
said, if this doesn't kick off, you got to run down Pennsylvania Avenue in a donkey suit.
Okay, you buy the donkey suit.
I'll just borrow it from Tennessee. I'm good.
What I want to know is where's Tennessee Patriot Ben all night? He was supposed to be up here first thing.
I was trying, but it was full.
We
Oh,
almost
it got
forgot.
serious.
We're
It got
still
really
getting,
serious. So
we're still getting full.
Oh yeah, no, we're still trolls. Yeah, that's okay. Well, I
Guys,
think
do you
now we
realize
should
that
still
the
report you
IRS
into the
is
program.
dead? IRS is gone. IRS is gone.
I wish I would have
Wake
known
up.
that. I already paid my taxes, damn
What are
Yeah,
you,
me too.
dumbass?
it.
Well, hey,
See,
John, I weigh that in public because if somebody didn't pay their taxes, because you said that, they're going to come back on you, and you're going to be the asshole.
Now
So
they're
don't
come back
say
on
that.
me. I
we
guarantee
do
you,
not,
IRS is dead.
disclaimer, we do not know that for a stated fact. So
That is a
continue to
disclaimer.
do your legally obligated duties until you are told otherwise.
All right,
Thank
somebody
you.
needs to get the executive producer in here right away.
Well, keep paying them.
With some
Well,
I
I think
believe
disclaimers.
she's
that's
locked in the
correct.
This
bathroom
is getting
somewhere
out
with
of
a voice modulator. Luke, I'm your father.
You need the
Guess
executive
what?
Come on,
producer to
just
save you
kick
from
the button
yourself.
down a notch or two. Just kick the joint button down a notch or two.
I wonder who
I'm
the
gonna
hell.
say it again. I don't care.
I already
IRS
made some
is
badass moves
gone.
earlier tonight, Don. You do not want to mess with me.
Hiya!
I wish somebody would mess with you get throwed off this son bitch because Jesus, this is getting
I played-
ridiculous in here.
I was not playing today. I was not playing. You can ask
Oh,
Travis. Mm-mm.
She's
Nobody
not playing,
messing
yo.
with me today.
She ain't playing,
So
yo.
who's not playing with you?
B-box.
No, seriously. I'm just telling you, IRS is dead. It's gone.
Done.
Toast.
This
Disclaimer.
message brought to you by Nasara Jasara.
Sorry, that's
Disclaimer. The IRS may or may not be still intact.
Where's Paul? Paul's got to come
no
up.
direct knowledge whether it is or it is not. Disclaimer, we have no direct knowledge whether it is or is not. It's supposedly in Puerto Rico or Singapore, but we do not know for a fact. Until the aliens come back and show us the way, please disregard those previous two comments. Thank you.
Thank
Until I see
you.
Princess Diana and Michael Jackson.
Cute message. Go ahead, sweetie.
Are you calling Tennessee Patriots, sweetie? This
No,
might
I'm
end it.
calling you. Please
I don't
continue.
swing that way. I'm straight hetero, yo. I will never take one for the team. Hell no. Fuck that shit.
I think it is safe to say we have reached the silly portion of the program.
Lee J wants to have margarita nights tomorrow night.
Does
Let's
this
do
mean
it.
we're
Is she
not
bringing
talking
the sea
about
bass?
slow stuff now? We're
Is
past
she bringing
that.
the sea bass?
Lee J wants to have margaritas tomorrow night.
I'm asking the
We can
important
have-
question. Is she bringing the sea bass?
I don't know.
We can't have margaritas without sea bass at least. Come on. Mackerel,
When is
baby.
Lily J going to come up on panel? That's what I want to know.
She actually has once and then backed out of it.
So, you know,
I don't know why.
Travis,
Yes, sir.
I got asked a question earlier, and I'd like to have that question reframed to me or re-asked again, if that would be okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Tennessee Patriot asked me a question. I never really got a chance to answer. We got distracted.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
What was your question
Oh.
again?
Oh, forgot now. Shit. What the hell was it?
Okay. Okay.
I'm
coming
here
back.
saying I
Slowly.
know exactly what the question
Me
was.
amigos.
He said, why are we still dealing with the Chinese if they're our enemy?
Because we like to buy cheap crap at Walmart.
Bingo.
Hey, don't be hating on the Walmart shoppers there.
Well, I'm just
That's
saying.
what I don't understand. If we stop doing business with those a-holes, they can manipulate the currency of the market of the world, for that matter, as much as they have been. These motherfuckers are trying to take control over everything. You know what I mean?
It's not like
Well, they already own 99.8% of everything.
Exactly. We
Until
got enough
Bob-
farmers and laborers
Until
here.
Bob the Patriot
Fuck
has
China.
liquor.
Fuck
Well,
China.
until Bob the Patriot
tell us how you really feel.
Fuck China.
has the oil change and everything else.
Where'd he go? Scare him away.
Somebody's still trying to get in.
Uh-oh.
And Travis got an ejection seat now.
Uh-oh.
Got an ejection seat. Woo.
No,
That's usually how
I don't-
Travis ends his show.
Oh.
That was a Travis move, the middle finger right to the screen. Yeah, yeah, that. We've
It's
reached,
Friday.
according to Shelley, we've reached super train wreck level now. You know, it's getting late. I told in chat, I said, you watch between, oh my God, it's almost 1 o'clock. I said, yeah, midnight. Everything switches. See what happens?
Well, it's way past your bedtime, little girl. I think you need to tell Mom to tuck you in.
What's 1 day 16 at? On day 16, where's she at? Is that you?
She's up there. She's the orange.
That's
Oh,
me.
The
is
orange
she?
up there with a
He
voice
changed the
modulator.
avatar. He changed the avatar. I got TB on. I don't know
Well,
what the
tonight I'm
hell-
Juanita 017. I'm Juanita 017 clone.
Well, you
Yeah.
gotta have multiple accounts for these stupid ass trolls.
Yep, you got that right.
And I filled up my avatar up there. It was going to be a donkey head.
Yeah, well, you know, they like bludgeon you with the meat hammers.
Damn it, boy. You ain't right in the head. Somebody dropped you
Yeah,
once,
but-
twice, maybe 6 times. When you were a little
Yeah,
kid.
but you know what? Them boys got the most comfortable leather couch. You get to lay there in comfort for an hour with your feet up like a big dog. Whoop.
Put the thong on.
Travis, I don't know. I don't
We
know
have to
how
keep
much
the
you-
show going until it's been running 17 hours and 17 minutes.
Oh,
You never even been on a road trip for 17 hours there on day 16. Now the Rhino, he was cruising down the road with Travis that day. Woo woo! We had all the kids in the back,
Oh, yeah.
red damn Swedish fish and goober dogs at us and all kind of crap in our hair. Oh my
Yeah, I got in trouble that day. I got in
All
trouble for calling in.
well, I tell you what, we've left all the substance, and I'm out of beer.
Oh, you're out of beer?
Well, see, that's your
Out of
fault
beer.
because you only got 6 cans.
See,
You brought that big high octane.
it's
high
80%
octane. You
alcohol,
know better.
fucker. I'm telling y'all wasn't drinking enough.
I was
Well,
drinking
you got
soda.
one that's hanging out hiding in the bathroom. Whoop whoop.
Tennessee, thank you, brother.
I don't get paid enough
Yes,
to
sir.
be on this panel. Quite
Hopefully, I
frankly.
wasn't too crazy.
Not nearly enough.
I apologize.
I don't either. But this show is brought to you by Lily J. Lily J. Come on, David. Lily J.
This show was presented by Lily J, aka in Washington.
We interrupt
She
this
has normally a
broadcast
sea
for an
bass in one and
emergency
a 7
broadcast
in
of the
the
chief.
other, and usually a halibut stuck in her mouth. And she sometimes got scallops in it. Look out, tomorrow could be margarita night. Definitely
Really,
Lily J.
Margarita night.
Whoop, whoop.
We interrupt this program for a message from the
Negative,
emergency
negative,
broadcast
negative.
of the
That's a blue
Search for
state.
Truth. Please await further
No way.
instructions.
That,
Sponsored by
no
Nazar.
way. That's a blue state troll. Whoop, 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 whoop. Blue state troll. Take her out. Take her out. Blue
Who?
state troll. Whoop, whoop.
Who?
Hey,
Yeah, I know you're not talking about me.
Can I say something?
Yeah, we get. Yep.
I know.
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Shane.
Rhino, when you talk, everybody let you talk. Please have the same respect. Thank you.
Shane, I'm just impressed that you stayed this late. I didn't think you were going to stay up this late with us. I'm so happy.
Well,
Shane,
I'm
whip
not
that
trying to
rattle
be
butt.
rude to nobody. There's sometimes that I feel everybody, I've went to say a few things and people's cut me off. I just hit mute. I go on. I don't say much, but when and now if a lady's speaking just to hear herself rattle, yes, I understand cutting them off, but she hasn't talked a lot tonight, and whether it's nonsense or not, I feel let's give her the respect, and if it's silly, then we'll go, damn, we should have cut her off, but we can say that afterward. I do feel that we need to give her the respect to let her visit. So anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to step on toes, Travis or Rhino or anybody here.
No,
That's
enough.
just my opinion. I'm a guest and I shouldn't have said anything, but sorry.
Fair enough.
Hey, you're Captain Finger, brother. You got it going on like Donkey Kong.
Okay. I had to mute my mic because I keep laughing.
Oh. I'm biting my tongue because I'm going to get in trouble, so I'm just going to shut up.
Say it! Say it!
Good, good.
Nope.
All right. Well, what a great night. We had fun. I thought we wasn't going to have any serious conversations. We had a whole bunch of them. This is supposed to be a beer drinking night and have a good time.
Well, we had to let loose after 12 midnight.
I thought the conversation was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
loved it.
Yeah, we had to let loose after midnight.
Or I wouldn't have been here this long. You know that, Travis.
I know.
You're the boss. You are the
Tennessee-
I
boss.
apologize if I stepped on someone's toes. I do not mean to.
Nah, no,
Oh,
it just happened.
I apologize, Shane. If I interrupted you, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, I stick up for anybody and everybody. Everybody has a voice, no matter who you are.
Somebody echoing.
Yeah,
I think it's Will.
yeah,
I
well,
don't
I'm
care
just-
if people like they still have a voice. I want to hear it.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble now.
Houston, we have a problem.
I didn't do it. They're right on.
Hello. Hello.
Damn.
It was
I'm
him.
back. I'm back. Hey, you guys ain't gonna believe this. I had a local cop just stop and check me out. That's why I accidentally got booted. I was talking to him.
it's all good.
I do want to send a shout out to the place that's being nice enough to allow me to broadcast from their Wi-Fi. Heartland Foods down here in Harrington, Kansas. If you're ever out this way, they have some of the finest meats and great foods here inside of this store.
Who's that? Tom Honick, Outlaw, WTF?
You're echoing when you
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Echo.
All right, y'all are in trouble. I'm firing the peace pipe up again. But Travis, I want to say directly to you, thank you for having me on the show. It's been
You're welcome.
an honor and a privilege. And tonight, I think is one of the best shows you've had on this channel. Not just because I'm here, that's irrelevant, but because I think we got a lot of things discussed tonight. And Miss
Absolutely.
Joy and the other ladies that were here tonight, I enjoyed every minute of your input into everything, and I hope y'all felt like you were treated like ladies for a change.
Yes, thank you very much.
Well,
Don't mess with the Patriots.
go ahead, Shane. Sorry. We're echoing.
It's a
D, you got your phone turned up?
Say a shout out there to Mike over there. He's awful quiet. Looks like he's getting relaxed.
Emery.
Train wreck.
What?
Miss D said train wreck.
time to drink.
She got it.
Oof. That echo gotta go.
Will you turn off your YouTube?
Echo. Echo. Y'all hear me?
We hear you fine.
About 5 times.
Somebody's
5
echoing.
by 5.
Somebody's echoing.
Who's the, Will, the other
You
one
are
came out?
alive 5 by 5.
Gotta be Will. He's the last one that came in.
That better, guys?
A little bit.
Maybe.
Nope.
I can still hear an echo. I don't know why.
So can we.
We hear one too, but I don't know why, because I hadn't had an echo all night.
No, you haven't.
But it just
I have nothing else.
Maybe somebody
You and that.
It's gone now.
No, it's not.
I'll mute and you see if it's me.
Okay.
Yep.
It's
There's
him.
someone in chat. Hey, girl, or hey, gal. How you doing? My pleasure.
What the heck?
The train wreck glory hole. What?
What?
That's what Tyrone.
Is what
Train
it
wreck
is.
glory hole.
I think I'm on the wrong
Oh,
panel.
I know, right? I don't know what they'd be
Stop.
watching.
Wow.
Does anybody hear the echo now?
No.
Okay.
No.
How about now?
Nope.
Yes.
Yep.
It's
Yes.
back.
That's Will.
Okay.
All right, sorry, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and call tonight. I'll jump off here. Pleasure being on the panel tonight. And we'll have to do this another night.
All right.
All right, y'all take care now. Bye.
Good night.
Nice to
Good
meet
night,
you,
buddy.
Will Justice.
Okay. Are we echoing?
No.
Oh, are we?
I don't think we are.
I don't
No.
think so.
No. Time for bedtime stories.
Okay.
See one
Yeah,
time.
it's 2 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I know. We've only been on here 3 hours and 34 minutes, 25 seconds, but I'm pooped.
Well, we'll do this again sometime, hopefully.
We'll do this again
Tomorrow?
every night at 10
We
o'clock.
could do it tomorrow. Why not?
Rhino Nation on YouTube. It's always funny. Great guy. Love the Rhino. Liberty Warrior follows that, and we're the end show, and we all have a common goal to make the best better. We forgot about that. It's time to put our families back together. I've said this from day one, haven't I, Shane?
Yes, you have.
Yep. Where are our grandmothers? Maybe I'm my grandmother. It's my time to step up and tell my kids what we're gonna do, and that's what we do. Because we have no leaders in our families because our government has separated our families. If I'm wrong, then so be it. I don't think I am.
No, I think you're 100% spot on.
Well, thank you, Shane. I appreciate that.
Can I do a promo for Shane's show and mine? Whoop, whoop.
There you go.
We got the Rhino Nation transportation courtesy of the Search for Truth. The Travis train drops us off and picks us back up. And it runs into the Liberty Warrior Nation with the awesome Sean and Mike at Command Helm Central over there. And then when they get done, we come over here and stampede on the train with Travis and his new executive, who has many names. We will leave most of them off. Whoop, whoop. Thanks for coming, Shane. We had a blast.
Yeah,
Not a
thank you,
problem.
Shane.
Thank you for having me.
You're always welcome here, Shane. You know that.
Sorry if I interrupted you.
You're good, man. I just, like I said, she was just saying something I wanted to hear, and I couldn't hardly hear it, and it was nothing against you. Nothing against, you see, people take things personally. No one should ever take it personally.
No,
Not
I
a
just
here.
wanted to apologize
Situation.
if I stepped on your toes because you're a much, well, I don't know. You're Mike's right-hand man, so, we have to be in deference to you. We're the We're the new rhino on the block.
I want to tell you what, y'all are moving up fast. Y'all be taking over soon if we're not careful. You're the fastest growing thing out there right now. So I'm impressed, and me and Mike talked about that this evening. Me and Mike are both impressed. We're glad we could be, a little part of it and just be associated with y'all. So,
Well, we want to join forces, and that's what matters.
Well, see, that's pretty much where we got the name from. I mean, the nation part anyway, the rhino, I've had a rhino avatar forever in 10 years. I got that from the military. Because we're just a large mammal, and we get pissed off. It's like a bull going through a china shop, except they're like, damn, you're like a rhinoceros running through everything. I was like, yep.
Well,
we're just running out of hours of the day. If I ever do a show, I'm going to have to do it at like 8 o'clock in the morning because all the other time slots are filled. So I'm going to be out of options.
Well,
yeah, but you got to admit, though, it's pretty. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, girl, I was offered about making a show or two and on my own. And I come to the conclusion, me and Mike, we've been there since day one, and I've been with him since day one, and me and him are best friends. And I wouldn't want to take one person from him. I can do my own thing on his channel. I did. And not only that, it gives me a built-in base that helps me out, but it helps him out too, because, it's one of those deals that me and him are two peas in a pod, and a pod isn't very good if you're by yourself. It always takes somebody else because they may have an idea that you don't. But as long as they let them run your show the way you want to, that's the way to go. So if you want to start a show, maybe get with Travis, run it on him, but it's your show. You run it. You do everything. You run all the controls. Well, if no one watched my last one, I booted Mike off my show.
I was there. I was present.
I booted him off. He said, well, how do I get booted off here? And I didn't even have to hear him finish his conversation. I just booted him off. He's like, you won't be here. You're gone.
I'm waiting for that to happen on here.
Well, and that's the whole thing is it's one of those deals. Why go somewhere else when you got a following and loving where you're at? I know I've got over on Mike's, I've got at least 5 or 10 people that love me. So why in the hell would I go anywhere else? I'm just going to 5 or 10 people and then borrow a few of his when they're bored. It'd be the same thing with you. Why go somewhere?
Travis did that
Borrow
the other
a
night.
few.
It actually, I must admit, I have a lot of fun torturing Travis on here anyway. So, why would I need a show?
Why would you want to break it up?
Right.
So
I'm just the executive producer. I'm not talent. I'm just backroom.
Trust me, I am no talent, girl. I am no talent. I don't have the speaking ability he does, radio. If he'd do a radio show, that man would need nothing but himself. He has a radio voice. He's got the ability to hold an audience. I do not. I have to bounce it off somebody. So, but between the two of us, we make a good combination. So that's where we just leave it alone and we just run with it. And you ought to do the same with Travis. If you two get along, run with it. You two make a whole thing about you, and Travis can just take a night off and just take a breather and drink his beer and go, that's on you, girl. Do what you got to do.
Oh, no, he's going to come and executive produce my show on that night.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
and I invite Mike on, and until he says something stupid, then I boot him off. So it works out really good.
No.
Well, if I apply for a job on the Search for Truth, Shane, can I use you as a reference?
Yeah, but
it's probably my resume.
Hired. That'll probably get you discounted quicker than get you hired. Me and Travis get along so we don't have to work together.
Right.
Me and him would butt heads. We'd be two bald-headed jackasses butting heads together because, no, I like Travis. I like the shit out of him. And We got a common ground. We're from Oklahoma. We stick together. It don't make two shits.
Boomer.
Sooners.
That's right.
Well, this was great. I hope we do it again.
I woke up from your nap.
Do what?
Tennessee finally woke up from his nap.
there he
Hey,
is.
Travis.
What the
Hey,
heck?
hey, thanks for having me on part of this channel too, man, in chat on platform, and
You're welcome.
being a part of the community, man. I know I'm rather new still, but I'd like to hopefully, I could become more familiar with everybody. And the intel and info I come up with, y'all beat me to the punch. Shane's already got it covered. Y'all like tonight. I was like, shit, they got it all covered. But I don't know. I appreciate you, what you're doing, man. Liberty Warrior 101, all the prepping channels and everybody I've been a part of, and coming up and acting a fool sometime, on serious notes sometime, just whichever, just serious note. There's a lot of shit going on in this country, man, and around the world. It's just not sure what's going to happen, no matter how much anybody has all the intel in the world. We just don't know what the hell's going to happen. So we just got to stay tight, and I appreciate you for letting me be part of it, man.
We'll see you
I don't
again.
know about- I don't know about you, Travis, but I'm going to say this for your sake. You're on the right path, Tennessee. You're on the right path, man, because we all need people to stick together.
Right. If we all stick together, we all survive. If we don't, we're fucked.
Pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
It
Pretty
doesn't
much.
matter whether we agree on anything. We have to find our common goals. We have to stick to those things, and then we build away from those. Because if we'll create a dialogue, we'll learn more about each other than we ever knew.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm sincere about that too.
Well, Shane, we got to get them all riled up to come over to your side, come over to your channel. Whoop, whoop.
I know.
They come stampede with us, and then they go right over to the Liberty Warrior Nation. I direct them over there and tell them that the old Travis train provided the transportation for us, and then we come back over here later on and stampede with the old Travis. Woo-hoo.
Right on. Well, we all have a common goal, and we got to stick together. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
That is it.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
Humanity
and
won't survive without us.
like I said, I don't jump on anybody's channel because I'm trying to make a name for myself. I don't give two shits. I'm here. I usually piss off more people than I make happy. But if someone asks my opinion, I'm going to give them my opinion. It didn't make it right. Just that's my opinion.
That's right.
Well, I'll give you the invitation, Shane. You're welcome over on my channel anytime. Let me know, and we'll have just you and me up there if you want, or take people. It don't matter. You can pick whatever way you want.
I've
Wow,
watched your
Shane,
show several times.
Wow.
I just
Consider
sit back
yourself
there and-
honored, Shane.
I sit back
Even
there
I
and
haven't
sigh.
gotten that invite.
Oh, damn it.
Just
You're
saying.
already
you-
lurking below like a shark on day 116, and you got the link. All you got to do is grab it. Whoop, whoop.
Well, on day 16,
Well-
Sundays, you're more than welcome to show up. That's for anybody out here. Travis knows. Travis knows that I don't care who shows up. I don't even care if it's people that it's not really a guest on our platform. If they show up, they grab the link, and they show up, I will visit with them because I'm not there to argue with anybody. They're going to have their point. I have my point. That doesn't make either one of us wrong. That just means we have two different.
Agreed.
Well, Shane,
I want to see the other side.
well, since we have you here, we're overdue for a conference call because I was so shocked when you called me up on your panel the other day. So there's a little inside baseball that you and Travis and I need to discuss, but I thought it was a very nice gesture. I wasn't expecting it And I actually thought Travis put you up to it and like forced you to do it. Because
No one
to
makes me
take
do
pity
nothing.
on me, I was upset about something else, and I thought Travis, asked you to have me up there. So I was shocked when you invited me. So I want to thank you publicly.
No one makes me do anything I don't want to do. I don't give two shits. Donald Trump walked in my house right now and says, I want you to do this. If I don't like it, I'm going to tell him to get his ass back in his car and drive off. I don't give two shits who you are. You are not going to tell me what to frickin' do.
Except if Ivanka tells you what to do.
No, oh hell no! I'll tell her to go away. I'd sleep with Trump before I did his daughter.
Damn it, boy, get kinky. Woo!
Now his wife might be a different story.
Yeah, I can't
Me and her's
compete
the
with
same
her.
age.
Let the limo
She's a lot
drive
smarter
right
than
on
I
in.
am too. She's prettier
You know
and smarter,
what?
but I thought it was very nice, and I wanted to thank you. I'm overdue in thanking you, and you were very kind.
No, there's no. Here's the deal. You shouldn't be thanking me because that is just a courtesy I extend to everybody. So do not feel. I wanted to hear what you had to say, and that was my biggest thing. Yes, Travis.
Well, thanks and welcome to my show. She's a very intelligent woman, and the people that don't like her in our chats, I'm done with. We have to be respectful. She's not invited to these chats because she's a moron. She brings substance to the table, and we bring reality. Am I right?
Wait a minute. Somebody in the chat said something I got to address. Cindy Fuller says, I bet Alicia can make you do things you don't want to. LOL. And she's talking about my little sister. Yes, my little sister. She can say, Shane, you need to do this. I'll say, okay. That is my little sister. She is, her name to me, when I talk to her in private, is Baby Girl. Because she was the baby girl. She is a sweetheart. She's a lovely person. She is very hard-headed, but I'm going to tell you what, that is my little sister, and she is Baby Girl.
Hi, baby sister.
So, Cindy Fuller, if that's who you're talking about, yes, you are correct. She can make me back up on what I say or what I think.
Fair enough.
Travis, I thought you said you were out of beer.
No, I have partially.
He's sipping.
Lily J called me out. She said you got to at least stay on till the beer's gone.
He wasn't out. He was just out of another full bottle. He just had to really slow down on how much he was drinking that one.
They were killing me at first.
You know, for this being a drinking show, I have seen much more inebriation on this panel on other days. So I don't know if it was the political talk that slowed it all down or what, but everybody's fine.
I thought we had.
You're not even smoking.
Oh crap! I forgot about that.
I haven't been smoking yet because I've been busy talking about stuff.
That won't get you taken down, will it?
I usually smoke a whole pack of cigarettes. I didn't tonight.
Congratulations.
Drinking.
Yeah, it's hard to smoke when you got a bottle stuck to your mouth, huh?
I guess. Speaking of smokes, I need one. But we have to start changing the things we can and forgetting about the things we can't.
You cannot fix anything that you cannot control.
Agreed.
Give it up. Give it up. You can't fix it. Only things we can control is right now.
Hang on. Go ahead, Shane.
Go ahead, whoever the hell you were.
Nah, that was David. Go ahead.
Only thing I'm going to say is you love the things you can control. Forget about the things you can't.
That's right. Because if you can't physically touch it or change it, leave it alone. It doesn't matter.
Yes, yesterday was yesterday, and they call it yesterday for a reason.
That's right.
It's in the rear view mirror. The only thing we can change is today, and hope like hell we have tomorrow to change what's tomorrow.
Agreed. Tennessee,
Yes, sir.
go ahead.
Well, something good happened Saturday now. We had 20 drivers on with the contract. 14 walked out because they tried to force us to get the V. I was one of them. So we had to walk out today. And that's over 70% of the driving crew out of Buchanan, Michigan. So I'm looking for a new carrier, and I've already got a new job. And yeah, it's happening in bits and pieces. You know what I mean? So they tried to make me today. I got hot and rallied about 14 drivers. They followed me out, and I just couldn't do it. And luckily I found another job about same pay. So that had to be God intervening there. But I just couldn't do it, man. I mean, there's something going on that we can't put our finger on, and it's just killing people. And it killed my cousin back before Thanksgiving. So
Sorry, man.
she was only 43. So that's what 14 of us walked out, and most of us got new jobs within 10 hours. So you know how it is, CDLs. So we had to walk out today or Friday. Yeah. Had to do it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You got to do what you got to do. And here's the good thing about it is they will miss you because they need to help, and half the company walks out. You know what happens? The company goes, we can't make no money. And you go, oh, you want me to come back? Okay, well, I want 2 cents more a mile. They're going, no. Say, okay, hang up. They'll call you back and say, okay, we'll give you 3 cents more a mile. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow.
Brenda Lupin, that information is correct and true about the U.S. Navy. All contact has been ceased and desisted for all U.S. Navy personnel aboard all their ships at sea.
Where are you reading that from, David?
In chat, Garrett said that all communication between Navy ships and family members had been ceased, which is a correct statement of fact. All ships at sea in the U.S. Navy, all personnel have been told to cease and desist contact with their loved ones till further notice.
I'd like to see where that order come from and where it come down from, because that has to be public knowledge if that did go out.
I know Jeff B. said it the other day, but I'll try to find out exactly where it came from. But I did hear it more than one place.
Well, it's got to have the paperwork, or it's
right.
I'm not saying it's not true. It's just it has to have paperwork.
I understand exactly what you're saying, Shane, but I don't have that.
Yeah, that'd be the only thing, and because I figured out a long time ago is if it is a mandate, it has to be on a piece of paper. It's not even a mandate. It's just verbal command, and verbal commands cannot be upheld because then everybody say, oh, we didn't get that. Well,
right.
So there's something that has to be there to make it stick.
Well, not only that, they were trying to force us if you don't take it. Now this is really what pissed us off. They're going to withhold $400 from our weekly pay if we didn't take it in the first 30 days. I said, no, you ain't, man. It's not happening. That's a lot of money. You're making good money and they're taking 400, withholding 400. That to me, that's illegal. I mean, they're trying to force us to do something, that it's like I said, it's just a mandate. These are not laws. And I don't know who's going to file a lawsuit. Me, I ain't going to fool with it. I just got me another job. I don't give a damn. You know, they kiss my patriot ass. I'm gone. You know, I'm gone. You know, so. But anyhow, that was really what threw us off. And I can't say the company name. Y'all know it. It's a very huge, recognizable name. But that's exactly what they did. So I don't say it.
Don't even worry about that.
Yep.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you all what. Y'all ruined my Friday. We were supposed to have drinking beer Friday and no intel. It turned into a great show. Thank you guys. Thank each and every one of you. Because it's been fun. We had a lot of fun. And it's 1:26 in the morning, and I've got stuff to do tomorrow.
Travis,
So-
I appreciate it, and I apologize all the same time. Thank you for letting me come up. I'll go ahead and bounce. I know you got to get out of here, so.
No,
But thank you.
Shane, I appreciate you, brother. You know I love you, man.
Well, you know,
I'll bounce too.
that's a turnabout favor right there, big boy. I
That-
appreciate you.
that's
I love you.
I know who's got my back and who don't.
Hey, Tennessee, who you driving for now? Hauling ass transportation?
Yeah. You know, there's actually a company called that out of Johnson City, Tennessee.
I
It's
figured
for
there
real.
was.
But,
Well, good night, everybody.
good night, everybody. I'm bouncing too. See you, Dave. I like cutting up with you, brother, and Travis. Y'all a lot of fun. Shane, I'll see you later, man.
Hey, Tennessee, stop by at Rhino Nation anytime you want, brother. You can come up on panel and play all you want.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Take care, y'all.
Yep. All right. So I guess I'll pray us out. No problem. I'm not sure what we're supposed to pray for, but I know what my heart's intentions are. Dear Lord, thank you for these wonderful people in chat. Thank you for all the donations we get. We don't get a lot, and I don't want a lot. Everything we do, we intend to play forward, Lord. Keep the hate off of us. If they don't like us, that's okay. I pray for them too, because we're not doing any harm over here, Lord. I promise you we're not. It breaks my heart to see that, and that's okay. Lord, there are people struggling in our communities that need our help. Let's reach out to them and let's save them. How about that? Amen.
Good night. Love you.
Good night. Love you too. All right, well, we're gonna hit the credits. Good night,
Man,
everybody.
funky porn music coming up. Whoop, whoop.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Executive limousine train service provided by the Search for Truth and the Travis Trade. Woo, woo, coming to a jungle near you. The official transportation of the Rhino Nation.
That's
Just
right,
bring
brother.
BYOB. Bring your own booze and snacks.
Love you, brother.
Night, Travis.
Tomorrow's fine for shaking the tables. Tonight, I'm aiming my lasers. You won't try the fruits of my labor. I heard them fighting against behaving. So sweet and taste, nothing but flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. Da, 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 da. Don't even try. I said I'll be late. Heavy tried to wind me and still in my table. Trying to find all the fruits of my labor. You wanna try the fruits of my labor. I heard everybody please misbehaving. So sweet to taste, nothing but flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor.
Nope. 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 Love your neighbor, know your neighbor, help your neighbor. Let's get America back on track. My haters can hate. We'll suck you out. Fuck off. Sorry, didn't mean to say that, ladies. Just came out. Love y'all. Let's change what we can. Period.